Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would like staff just to quickly walk me through the process here. This is a project that was going to go in 22-23. Just if we can briefly go through the process that these developers put the funds up front right now, and they get their money back how?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the developer group will be able to get credits for development charges, in this case sanitary costs, so they will not pay the sanitary costs for development in that area. And then to the extent that they don't use all the funding for credits, they will get a refund starting in 2022, and it will be paid out depending on how much funding the city brings in against how much we thought we would bring in.
Now, what happens if the estimates come in over what we've planned? Who pays that?
Through the chair, the developer group will be paying the full cost of it. In the other agreements that we've had that are like this, there's an out clause essentially. So if we tender, the price is not viable, and the developers don't want to pay it, the tender is canceled and nothing proceeds. Okay.
And now when the time comes in 22 for them to get their money back, there's a clause that says that it depends on how much money we've taken in?
Correct.
And is it money we've taken in just for the sewer portion, or is it total DC dollars that we've taken in?
Total DC dollars.
And so if they didn't get that, if the funds weren't there then, do they catch up whenever they can? Is that how it works?
Correct. So if we thought that we were going to pull in, say, $50 million up to 2022, they would get their full refund when we reach $50 million.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Galvez-Healy.
I just wanted to touch on this letter here with respect to STAM. I know we got an email. I didn't get to read it very well. Is it because we're in litigation with them that they're not included on this?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. I'm prepared to move the recommendation at the appropriate time.
Okay. Councillor Janeski.
Two questions. In regard to the letter here from Goodman's in regard to the stamp position, and I think you got copies of it? Okay, and they're saying that accordingly they're requesting to be included as participating as a developer in respect to the financing. Did they not sign this at the beginning of the whole project, and they're included as grouped areas 2 and 3 already at the start, and they're just sort of confirming? Is this what this is all about? So I'll help you out. Or is there another issue I'm missing?
It's not a question of confirming. It's a question of we received instructions from council in January that we're following through on. That certain parties that have taken a litigation position against the city, we have withheld the ability to have the credit refund agreement in that situation. And STAM has brought litigation against the city.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from there. Okay, the next question I have on page 15. I understand, Mr. Hagee, their explanation to Councillor Gazzola in terms of the credit and the timing and all that stuff at the building permit stage, etc. But if the total value of the project exceeds the amount agreed upon by the developers and defined in the credit service agreement, then the developers have the ability to terminate the agreement. Could you explain that in terms, I see where it's coming at, but I'm not too sure whether that would be the right move for them. I mean, that's up to them. If they've already put some money into the project, or is this at the beginning of the process when they see the total dollar cost? Help me out here.
Larry and Ryan, if you could just take heed in, it'll be easier than going back and forth. So just take heed in. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so we want to enter into an agreement before we tender the work because we have no intention of doing the work until 2022. So we want to sign an agreement with the developer group that says they will pay for the work. If we tender the project, the price comes in more than we thought, more than the developer community is comfortable with, the tender gets canceled, and there's no cost to the city, there's no cost to the developer group.
So then, assuming that scenario does unfold, then we just wait till 2022 and see what happens at that time when the city normally would be proceeding forward?
Correct. We'd move forward with the project at that time or whatever time is determined through the next development charge study update.
And then you go tender it out again and see what happens through that process?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. Sort of on the same line of questioning, if they start running into the developer as they're doing work, because this is a very sensitive area that they're working in, if they run into a problem where suddenly the costs escalate because of unforeseen challenges, they have to fulfill the cost. But what if we were not prepared to pay that difference? If we tendered it out in 2020 and it stayed within budget, but now they've advanced it, the work is happening and they run into some challenges, so that escalates the cost. Normally what would happen is it would come, if it was one of our projects, it would come back for to extend the PO, the purchase order. What happens with the developers in this case?
Through the chair, the city will still be tendering the work. We will still be doing the work, overseeing it, so the same process will be followed, whether it's paid normally through development charges or if it's being funded through a credit refund agreement. Council will still have oversight of the project.
So, but if they're partway through the project and they run into some challenges and suddenly they have to up the cost, then it's going to be up to council to agree or disagree with approving the additional cost.
Correct.
And they'll have to pay it.
Correct.
But then, I guess my concern is that we may not have accounted for that additional cost in 2022. We've set a budget for how much we anticipate this project to cost. And now, once we hit 2022, it will be an additional, let's say, $750,000. That wasn't in our budget. How do we accommodate for that?
The same way we would for any other project. So we would come back through subsequent budget processes or have a discussion with council about what priorities we want to, if we have to adjust priorities, how we want to fund it. It would be the same thing whether the developers are paying for it or the city.
Okay. Because this is a development charge project, we use those development charges for other projects throughout the community, right?
Yes.
How does that affect any projects that we may have planned for between 2019 and 2022?
Through the chair, it should have no impact on the other projects as it's outside of sanitary projects. There potentially could be an impact within sanitary, but the likelihood of that is low. But it would not put off, soft service, community centers, arenas, any of those types of things. It would have no impact on those.
Okay. How many credit for refund agreements do we have in play right now?
I don't recall exactly. I would guess
Being signaled
5.
3.
Pardon?
4. A land behind you is saying
okay.
4. So.
So I was pretty close with 5.
And some of these are with the same proponents as in this project?
Correct. This is a group project. Some of the Strasbourg Road one was a group. I can think of, there was one with Monarch for Dune South Pumping Station and Activa for Blair Creek Bridge.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the answers.
Councillor Janeski. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to key you out. You already asked. So if you key back in, Councillor Ioannidis first.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I guess my question is, for this credit fund agreement, are we doing our standard issue with regards to depreciation value? Are we factoring that in this?
Pardon?
The depreciation
It's, no, not included in this. Sorry.
No?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Janetzky.
Just a question I forgot to ask earlier. Based on the length of the project where it's, the existing sewer terminates by, and I hear on area where some of the subdivision is already, looking at the map, figure 8, it looks like it's still got, the trunk sewer got to go through about 5 other properties, developer-owned properties. And as I see, this will be built all in one phase. Is that my understanding? As it goes, and it'll just continue going through each developer, or is that, or as each developer comes on stream, then that's how the phases will go?
Through the chair, the intent is that the project is constructed as one project on both sides of Fisher-Hallman Road. The Fisher-Hallman Road portion will be constructed by the region as part of their reconstruction. On the east side of Fisher-Hallman Road, you have city land as well as Activa property, and on the west side, it's within a draft plan of subdivision.
Okay, so assuming everything falls in place, it'll just be one development that goes right through, and starting from where it terminates right now over to the west side of Fisher-Hallman, and takes a year to do? 2 years?
My estimation, it would take approximately 9-10 months to do that work.
Oh, 5-10 months. Okay, so less than a year then. Okay. Perfect, thank you.
All right, those are all the questions of staff. Do I have a mover? Councillor Galloway-Sealock has moved it already. All those in favor? And opposed? And that item carries. One opposed. All right, so we'll move into the public hearing matters portion of the meeting. So this is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act of a person's or public body that would otherwise be an ability to that would have an ability to appeal a decision of the City of Kitchener to a local planning appeal tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral or written submissions at the public meeting or have written submissions to the City of Kitchener before the bylaw is passed. The person or public body is not entitled to appeal decision. We have item 2, which is the matter for the official plan amendment for the Bright Up block, and then item number 3, which is the long-term community greenhouse gas reduction. That item has a little less delegations. The earlier item has quite a few members that have registered to speak before the committee, and will take some time. So just for that efficiency, I'll skip to item number 3 first, which there is a presentation as well. Welcome, Ms. Davidson and Ms. Jane.
Mary Jane Patterson.
Yes, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tova Davidson. I am the Executive Director at Sustainable Waterloo Region, and I'm really excited to be here with my friend and partner in crime, Mary Jane Patterson from Reef Green Solutions. We are here on behalf of the Climate Action Plan and Partnership, which, as you are well aware, is run in partnership between Reef Green Solutions and Sustainable Waterloo Region, as well as the region of Waterloo and the 3 cities. And we currently have a target of 6% carbon reduction by 2020. We did a re-inventory and we're here about a year ago to tell you about that. It's really exciting to say, too, that we are now at milestone 5 through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for that long-term, for that short-term target. This past year, we've been looking beyond 2020. What does that look like? And we've gone out to the community and asked what they think that looks like. What do they want to see by 2050? And what we're bringing to you tonight is the target that emerged from that consultation. We are bringing a recommended target for 2050 of 80% reduction below 2010 levels. So when we did that outreach, we actually spoke to 1,830 people around the community and didn't just talk to the greenies. We went to hockey games and to malls and to libraries and all of that sort of thing to hear from a wide range of people. You'll see the graph that shows you what the responses were. 85% of people that we spoke to chose a target of 50% reduction or more, and 53% of people that we spoke to wanted a 70% reduction or more. That's actually very consistent with local and public opinion that was found through other research that was done as well onto where we need to be going in this topic.
80% is well aligned with the scientific consensus and with other higher level targets. The Paris Agreement sets out a goal of not allowing the temperature to rise beyond 2 degrees and ideally to not allow it to rise beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade. And the province has as its climate action target 80% below 2050. The federal government's pan-Canadian framework looks like it's going to align about there also. And what we're starting to notice is that when there's funding announced from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, for example, they talk about the criteria they will use to evaluate the applicants, and one of the things they're looking for is an ambitious target for greenhouse gas reductions.
We've also done a scan of what other communities are doing, and what we're seeing is that every other community that's really comparable, that has a long-term target for 2050, that target is 80%. So this is putting us in alignment with what's happening on multiple levels as well as with other organizations and communities near us.
We would not be alone in striving to achieve this target. We expect that a good part of the emissions will result from actions at other levels, like the provincial government and federal government policies, and also market shifts, things like renewables coming down in price, automobile manufacturers turning over to electric vehicles. All of those will have impacts on our behavior here, too, in the region. And then there will be our own local action. Climate Action Waterloo Region has many different nonprofit and companies part of it. Our organizations will be here, Sustainable Waterloo Region and Reap Green Solutions, and the other groups listed in the plan. We have our Community Energy Investment Strategy, which reduces emissions as it strengthens our energy security. And municipal policies, we hope, will be keeping this target in our sights as we make those policies.
Showing leadership in emission reductions is actually very, very important, not only for the environment, but also for the economy. So the clean tech sector has tripled to $3 billion in 2020, and Canada is losing market share. So this is an economic opportunity as well as an environmental one. We in Waterloo Region are Canada's innovation capital and are really proud of that, and we see this as an opportunity for the economy to prosper as well. Showing that there is leadership here and real action being taken in environmental areas means that we are well positioned to leverage both the innovation reputation as well as the environmental one to become the center for clean tech adoption and innovation.
These are all things we would want to do if climate change weren't here. That's a really important point to keep in mind. There are a lot of community benefits. There's the economic benefits that Tova just talked about, and there's also the quality of life that will be increased, our quality of life, as we make more walkable, livable communities and become known as a progressive community that people want to live in.
So one of the questions we've heard a few times is, why is 2010 the baseline year that we've used to set this target? Some of the other communities that I talked about a few minutes ago actually have a 1990 target, and why are we using 2010? Well, the reality is that's the data that we have. We cannot get a good baseline year for this region from 1990. But on top of that, if you look at the provincial trends in greenhouse gas and energy use, there was not significant change from 1990 to 2010. So we are not putting the region at a disadvantage by using 1990 if you assume that what happened provincially can be inferred here as well. The last thing is that this would be an absolute target. With the re-inventory that we did in 2015, we saw that there was a decoupling of population and economic growth with our environmental impact. What that means is that we did grow the economy and we got larger, but our greenhouse gas emissions went down 5.2%. And so it shows that it is actually possible to continue to grow the economy while reducing our impact, and I would argue, as an organization that works with businesses, actually grow the economy while doing the same.
So what we're proposing is that we set this long-term target, that we will backcast from there. So we begin with the end in mind, with the vision of 2050 that we heard from the community and that we see together, and then we break it into 10-year increments as a way to get there. The next steps are to seek approval from our city councils and the region. City of Kitchener, you are the first that we bring this target to. We've been to the township councils and made a similar presentation to each of them, and we've talked to their CAOs, and their mayors will be part of the regional vote. We set the high-level plan and then get down to the first 10-year plan and develop that 10-year plan with the community in consultation with municipalities and community. And with staff, and we want to say a special recognition to the staff of the City of Kitchener that we've been working with throughout this process and who are represented on our management team. Their expertise and their insights have made a big difference in coming to this historic moment. And we have 2 team members to thank. Hannah Dubber is a co-op student who's been supporting us for the last 4 months. Wave, Hannah, thank you, is taking notes. And our plan manager, Kate Daly, is the one who has done all the legwork, all those presentations, and the community consultations. And she's busy getting ready for a baby target of her own right now, but I know she is with us in spirit, and we thank her. So we turn it over to you, City of Kitchener councillors, and ask for your support for this target. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation to you both. There are questions of you from the committee. I'll go off to Mayor Bevanovic first.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to both of you for coming in tonight, and more importantly for your ongoing work in the community around sustainability, and in particular around the Climate Action Plan. This is an exciting document and an exciting and audacious goal, I think, that you're recommending for the community. From your perspective, is it achievable?
We think it is. That slide that we showed you shows what's happening at the provincial and the federal level also. So it is ambitious. And we hope that we will keep that target in our sights with all the decisions we make here at the local level. But we see the federal government and the provincial government also steering all of us in the way we build, the way we move, the way we live through their policies. And so altogether, we feel that it is achievable.
One of the examples I love to use for this question is transportation. So we know from the 2015 re-inventory that 49% of the inventory of greenhouse gases comes from transportation in Waterloo Region. I also am lucky enough to work in the Charge WR portfolio, where we look at electric vehicle technology adoption. There's been a 200% increase in both vehicles and charging stations in 1 year in Waterloo Region. And if you think about a 30-year timeline, how many times will you change over your car in 30 years? It is very foreseeable that every vehicle in Waterloo Region, save a few maybe antique cars, will be electric by that point. Manufacturers are stopping producing them. Other countries have completely banned them by 2025. So if you think about that one piece alone, that 49% being from transportation, think about what ION's going to do. I think it's absolutely doable.
What do you see as being our biggest challenge? Like what's the thing that, if anything's going to hold us back, what's that thing, and so that we can keep an eye on it and try to tackle it before it becomes a problem?
For me, the thing that I always think about is the pre-planning. What we're building today is what will be our greenhouse gas emissions in the future. So are we laying the foundations when we are doing building, when we are doing roads, so that all of the pieces are there so that we're not actually making it harder in the future? So forethought into the infrastructure that we're building. And then the second piece for me would be behavior. Getting people to understand that this is critical, it's right now, it's totally doable, and it doesn't have to be sacrifice. It actually is just change, and that great things can come from that.
Okay. My next question, if you look at the chart that was on page 3-2, it shows a number of other Ontario municipalities that have a similar reduction target already approved by them. Are we seeing the same thing happening in other municipalities across the country and beyond? Or are we seeing, and in some cases, are we seeing some with even more sort of bigger goals than that?
I have heard of bigger goals. I've heard of 100% renewable by 2050, and that seems to be gaining some momentum. I haven't heard of lower.
Lower targets, no. Actually, when we did the survey of other communities, they all align who are going 2050 in an approximate same size are all going to 80%. 100% renewable is certainly something that we're seeing, which would mean carbon neutral. And so, yeah, that's absolutely possible. That would be essentially, if it was 100% renewable, that would be a 100% target.
Sure. Okay, well, wonderful. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'd be happy to move this.
Sure, I'll come back to you. There's quite a few committee members that are keyed in. Just so you know, after Tova and Mary Jane, we have 6 more delegations. So we just want to make sure that we're succinct with our questions and that we don't already repeat if a previous member of council has asked a question already. Next is Councillor Fernandez.
Are there 6 on this topic?
6 on this topic alone.
Why don't we hear
We could, but these are the presenters, and I think they would be best to answer, I think, immediate questions more. I think afterwards, I think it would be a continuation of the same subject, so I think we'll carry on the way we are right now. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Tova and Mary Jane. When we look at the chart that you presented, with an 80% reduction, what does that translate to for temperature? I know you said we don't want to get past 2 degrees, 1.5. In some areas of the world, a 1% temperature increase is catastrophic. So I'm almost feeling like 2050 is too far into the future for that 80% reduction. You know that's what I would want, right? Are you able to give me an answer on that temperature?
You want to know what temperature increase would be resulting from an 80% target by 2050?
Yeah, where would we see that? Yeah, essentially, I think you're asking me just a little different way.
Yeah. It's a tough question. There's a lot of question about whether we can achieve globally the 1.5%, but 1.5 degree target. I think a big part of it is leadership in a country that has among the highest per capita emissions in the world.
That's okay. It's a tough one, and I apologize. I just think it's important for us to have an understanding of what that 80% reduction.
The Paris Accord said that it's about an 80% reduction would keep us to the 2 degrees. You're right. 2 degrees is still catastrophic in some areas of the world. The climate projections that come out of the science, of course, vary because we can't actually read the crystal ball of what will happen. But yeah, that's why we picked the 80%, is that it aligns.
So on page 3-3, you said that the change that this is due to change that will happen in other levels, including. So you list 4 other bullet points about changes that are going to happen which will affect that 80%. In a way, I'm saying, well, if we're already expecting some of this to happen by 2030, then is 80% really the target? Should we really have gone further? Because you're saying, and what I'm understanding, is that some of this is just going to happen anyways, no matter what we do. Is 80%, so I'm saying, yes, we can definitely reach 80%. We're probably halfway there by 2030 already. Is that a correct assumption, or am I being a bit ambitious?
One of the things I would say is that support for municipalities that leads into the province and then federally and even internationally is something that reinforces and mitigates some of the risk of leadership change at different levels of government as well. We've seen that happen in the U.S. when there are changes of leadership. The municipalities step up and change how they're acting. And I would see this as an opportunity to support and apply the pressure that that kind of directional shift doesn't happen.
So you talked about how you see some of the changes happening, but so, you know, electric cars. What other ways do you see this 80% reduction happening? What other things do we, as average citizens, do to help that 80% reduction?
There's a lot that every one of us can do in our own homes. That's the kind of work that REAP does, and in businesses. So retrofitting our homes and keeping the next 20, 30, 50 years in mind with every decision we make and make it a courageous decision. That's part of it. Transportation is huge. So that's really where we need to move the needle the most.
It's with our purchasing dollars too, right?
Yes,
I mean, if we're purchasing products that are locally grown, locally made, we will reduce that gas emissions much quicker than if we continue. I mean, yes, we all like bananas in the middle of February, but that's a simplistic example, but that's the kind of thing that really helps reduce the greenhouse gas emissions.
Absolutely. Well, and even if you look at the Evolve project, which I think is a great example, the scalability of that kind of thing, the kind of leadership that a municipality can bring to adopt some of those standards in your own building practices, that kind of thing as well, with proven business cases and the replication of some of the great things that REAP's done, some of the things we've done and that we've seen beyond our borders as well.
Okay, thanks so much.
Councillor Janeski.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of short questions. On this 80%, and I know that's the objective to have the recommendation approved with that level as a goal. If for whatever reason it doesn't get supported, what would the temperatures be if this doesn't get supported by council or other councils across the community? You're talking about 1.5%? How bad could it be? 2, 3?
Oh, well, I was at a recent event, and actually I wish I could ask David Rowe to come and talk. He spoke at an event that I was at the museum, and he was actually presenting with some other university researchers, and they said that the projections now by 2050 are going to 8 and 9 degrees. It means entire areas of entire countries are going to be underwater. In fact, there was a mayor in Japan that I remember who pleaded with the people at a conference to say, my entire country, my entire city is going underwater. So it could be incredibly catastrophic, and then the weather changes even locally. We've seen catastrophic weather start here. The floods at the mall, Fairview Park Mall, were an example of the kind of extreme weather that comes with this kind of climate change.
Right. Then the last question I have basically is, looking at the report, and as also you had in your presentation at the beginning, 85% of the people chose for 2050 a target of 50% or more. Mm-hmm. Then you had 53% aiming for a target of 70% or more. And I'm just trying to understand the math. 53 and 35% add up to 135%, 138%. I don't understand what you're getting at, or is there a confusion there, or am I confused?
It is a little, I'm just going back to it so you can see it. What it is that 85% of people chose 50% or more. Of those, 53% of those people chose 70%
of
or
those,
more.
Okay.
Yes.
That clarifies it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm a little skeptical. What have we done we are now 2018, what have we done between, in the last 7 years? We have to get 10% by 2020, which is just 2 years away now. Mm-hmm. What have we accomplished?
5.2% reduction.
We need to do 10.
6% by 2020. That's the target. 6%
all right,
below 2010.
But then you have to start doing 20% a year for the next, or 20% for each of the next decades.
If you do
this decade, we're only doing 5.2. How are we going to do 20% 2020, the next decade.
It is a big goal. It's far enough out that what we'll be doing for a good part of the first 10 years is laying the groundwork through things like land use policy, through the way buildings are built, through the ION and the transfer to electric vehicles. All of those things are laying the groundwork. So it may not be as linear as...
Are those goals realistic?
Pardon me?
Are those goals realistic?
We think they are.
I would say...
electric cars, they're great, but they're not cheap.
So the technology has changed and the price of these technologies have come down significantly. If you look at 2010, how much it was to install solar panels, it's actually a better return on investment now to have renewables in a home, for example, because the cost has come down of those technologies, and that will continue to happen. The availability and cost of electric vehicles is a great example. It has come down significantly. 2010, they were next to impossible to find. I bought a car in 2010 and there was only hybrid. Now electric vehicles are almost every manufacturer is available. The demand is high and they're ramping up production. So I think we need to remember as the innovation capital that those innovations are going to be what drives a lot of this forward. And a lot of times what we're seeing is that the technology is what's taking us there because the availability is there. And the reason we're looking for the long-term target is that then we can backcast for what's going to happen. And we don't know yet what's coming at 2040, for example. So that's why we work in 10-year increments.
All right, you're very enthusiastic. Just in simple terms, what is the average person going to do in the next 10 years? How does this affect the average person? I mean, it's easy to say all of these things.
Yeah.
The average person, I don't see them buying electric cars, but so what's the average person going to do?
The single biggest thing the average person could do would be to get to work by transit, bike, or feet. Mm-hmm. That would make a big difference.
Did you bike here tonight?
I walked.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to support this recommendation. I think it's great, and I'm hopeful that in another 15 years or so we'll have to change our goal, because I think technology will catch up to this ambition to allow us to achieve even better. I mean, I'm excited about that potential. I guess I'm on the other end of the glass half full. I'm a glass half full kind of a person, so I think that's great. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask how we're going to do. Like, I would be prepared to vote sooner than later, but I was just wondering how we're planning to do it with. Did you say we have 6 delegations?
We have 6 more delegations.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Quickly, a question of mine as well. All of the committee members have asked. Mary Jane, you mentioned about what the municipality can do, and you referenced land use planning as one of them to curtail on emissions and reduce our carbon footprint. So what do you mean by that, if you can elaborate?
The kind of thing that we're doing right now with the intensification of the downtown core makes a big difference, because when we build further out into the suburbs, we're creating car-dependent communities, and people have to drive to get whatever they want. So when we intensify the downtown core and make amenities nearby, that makes a big difference. Also, the number of parking spots required, where land is developed, that kind of thing makes a big difference.
So development should be along more public transit oriented development. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you to both for your presentation. And we have a few other delegations as well. Tony Bridgepole. Mr. Bridgepole, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and then members of committee will have opportunity to ask questions if they wish.
Well,
go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Great presentation by Tova. You guys did a great job. So my name is Tony Bridgepole. I'm here representing the tech community. And so 10 years ago, myself and Curtis McBride, we co-founded Myovision Technologies in my parents' basement. And our focus back then was improving the way traffic data was collected. And so since then, we've grown our business in leaps and bounds. And I think Maya Vision is a great example of what this community can produce if it invests in clean tech companies. And so I'm here as one of the co-founders of Maya Vision, but I'm also here as a citizen of this community and as a father of 2 young girls and someone who cares about the future of our community and our world. My interest and passion in climate change started, way before I co-founded Maya Vision. And I've been fortunate enough over that time to use my skills to reduce greenhouse gases within the transportation sector. And as Tova mentioned, the greenhouse gases from the transportation sector account for 49% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. So I strongly recommend that Council approves the greenhouse gas emission goal of 80% below our 2010 levels to be reached by 2050. As a community, by setting this goal and investing in achieving it, I believe that Waterloo Region, with its breadth and depth of technical expertise, its amazing educational institutions, progressive government, and organizations like Climate Action Waterloo Region, we can grow not just one Maya Vision, but thousands of Maya Visions, all aimed at the global problem of climate change. Waterloo has the potential to be a global leader in this area with exporting new technologies and new business models. And just one final thought that I'd like to leave you all with. Like many years ago, way before my time, a group of people saw the potential of the computer and saw the future of this, this digital age that we were coming towards. And they decided that, we were going to invest here, we were going to build a community, we were going to help support technology companies with shaping this new technology, back then the computer. And so I just want to leave you with one final thought. Doesn't it make sense for us to do the same today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richpaul. And there's no questions of the committee, and I'll just quickly acknowledge, of course, the great company that you have co-founded, and I think it's the tech sector that will help achieve much of this target with innovation. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Next is Steve Dyke from Guelph Solar. Steve? Sorry? We'll comment on that. Martin Edmonds. Mr. Edmonds, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll be brief. I'm Martin Edmonds, and I've lived in Kitchener for 50 years. I've owned a house here for 25 years and raised my kids here. In 32 years, our children will be living in a very different world, and to influence that world, we must act now. We've already seen significant changes in the weather. We used to be able to count on our ice rinks at Victoria Park remaining frozen for months, but not any longer. And every year I planned a cross-country ski weekend with friends in February. Several years ago, I moved the event to Georgian Bay because I could not rely on Kitchener having enough snow. However, for the past 2 years, even 200 kilometers north of here, the February dates that I selected didn't have enough snow to cross-country ski. I just renewed my home insurance, and the rate increased by 35% this year. Although I have never made a claim on my insurance, I was told by my insurance broker that the reason for the rate increase was because of so many homeowners that are experiencing sewer backups due to climate change. We can make a difference. I bike to work, and I applaud the initiatives of the City of Kitchener to promote facilities and facilitate bike traffic. I've made energy conservation improvements to my home and am installing solar panels. And I applaud the City of Kitchener for supporting initiatives like this through agencies such as REAP Green Solutions. We must continue to make such commitments and plan for future reductions. Reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to 80% of 2010 levels by 2015 is a critical and achievable goal. I support this motion and appreciate you also, as a city, showing this leadership and being an example to other cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. There is a question. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Martin, over here. You said you invested in some green solutions and some energy-saving solutions. Have you seen, some of those can be costly. Have you seen a good payback in that?
Definitely financially, we've seen that pay for itself. The solar panels that we're putting in, we expect about a 7% return on investment over the next 20 years, and after that, any electricity we generate will be a bonus.
Right. And I thought it was interesting you said that your insurance company was giving you the rationale for the increase due to climate change. So if we can make that reduction, you might be able to turn around and say to them, well, you don't need to charge me that much because we're actually making a difference in that. Right? Thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Martin. That's all the questions for you. Thank you for the presentation. Next is Priyanka Lloyd. Priyanka, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Priyanka, and I'm so excited to be here tonight on what I think is a very important and historic moment for our community. My husband and I have lived in Kitchener for 9 years now, and we have chosen to put roots down in this community to raise our daughter and our 3-year-old son. We've chosen Waterloo Region as our home because of its sense of community, because of its innovative and entrepreneurial spirit, and because of its quality of life. So as a mom of 2 young children, I think often about what I can be doing to give them the best life possible. Climate change to me is terrifying. It's something that I can't control, I have very limited ability to control, and it's something that I know is going to greatly impact the future of my children. That's why I wanted to be here today. I know that my action alone, while symbolic, is not going to do much to address the issue, but that if we stand up together and we take action, that it's going to make a difference. Sorry, Tova's holding her, and I just want to make sure that she's doing okay. Okay, wait, I lost my train of thought there. So that if we work together, that it is going to make a difference. In my day job, I'm the managing director at Sustainability Collab, an organization that was created to share Sustainable Waterloo Region's model of engaging businesses in climate action. So a key component of this model is working with businesses to set ambitious but achievable reduction targets and giving them the support that they need to get there. These targets are set based on actions that are already known that the business can take, as well as leaving some room for aspiration and innovation so that they can strive for greater results. It sounds very similar to the type of target that's being proposed here with the 80%. We have already helped 6 other communities across Ontario start programs similar to the Regional Sustainability Initiative. All of these communities were looking for some kind of local solution that they could implement so that they could meet their own GHG reduction goals. Communities like Durham, Hamilton, working with London right now. And over the next 5 years, we are planning to work with an additional 10 to 15 communities across Canada to help them achieve similar climate goals that they have. What I learn every day from my job at Sustainability Collab is that we are not alone, that all of these communities are looking for solutions like these, and that by working together, we're going to find new technologies, new innovations that are going to help us meet these ambitious targets. I heard earlier today, before I had to step out, a question about, is the target too ambitious? And should we be setting something potentially a little bit less lofty? And my response to that simply is that I think if we set something that's not in line with what science tells us is needed, we've already given up before we start. As I tell my son, the difference between can and cannot is often a willingness to try and the resolve to keep going. And I think here that in Waterloo Region, if we can apply the innovative and entrepreneurial muscle that I know that we have to achieving this 80% reduction target, there's going to be so many more innovations that come out of this community, and we can be a leader, a clean tech leader, a climate change action leader in Canada. So I don't know what life is going to be like in 2050, but I do know that my 4-month-old daughter will be turning 33 years old, which is how old I am today. And I hope that because of the commitment that we make here today, and with a fierce determination to see that through, the biggest worry that she and my son will have is how to convince their kids that chocolate is not a breakfast food item and that you should not wear pajamas to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Priyanka. Next is Laura Hamilton from Divest Waterloo. Welcome, Laura. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks for this opportunity to weigh in on how our community is responding to the climate crisis. I'm here as a member of Divest Waterloo, a local grassroots organization that's all about shifting our financial investments, our collective resources away from fossil fuels and into solutions, clean energy and conservation solutions that will facilitate our transition to a resilient, low-carbon future. We've been working for the last 4 years to create awareness and to build community in our region around climate action. We're the KW chapter of Faith in the Common Good, a national non-sectarian charitable network dedicated to assisting and inspiring religious congregations and spiritual groups of all backgrounds to take collective action in creating more sustainable communities. Divest Waterloo grew out of the Justice Committee at Parkminster United Church as we realized that so many of the justice issues the church was working to address were being exacerbated by climate change. Once we understood the math of climate change and just how quickly we were racing toward 2 degrees of average global temperature increase, we formed Divest Waterloo and got busy organizing over 30 public education and engagement events in our region over the past 4 years. In 2016, we played a leading role in organizing the federal climate consultation for all 5 MPs in our region. A sense of personal and collective responsibility for climate change pervaded that consultation, along with a deep desire for systemic changes led by government action that might allow all of us to create a new world in the shell of the old. Ours was the best attended consultation in Canada, and it clearly demonstrated our community's desire for immediate action, ambitious leadership on climate change. Right now, we're on track to hit 2 degrees of average global temperature increase by the mid-2030s, and I think by now we all know that this is the threshold that must not be crossed. Because once we pass the 2-degree mark, the odds are against us and in favor of tipping points, triggering tipping points, or positive feedback loops. No one knows at exactly what threshold such feedback events could happen, but we do know that the odds of them happening go way up when we exceed 2 degrees. My kids will be in their 30s and 40s when that happens. Once we enter a feedback loop, the climate will continue to heat on its own, even if we stop emissions altogether. This is what is meant by runaway climate change, and this is what keeps us awake at night. I'm here to applaud the accomplishments of Sustainable Waterloo Region, Climate Action Waterloo Region, and REAP Green Solutions, as they have so successfully supported businesses and individuals in our region to take action to reduce their emissions and to begin our transition to a low-carbon future. I'm also here to encourage you to approve the proposed emission target or reduction target, but I also think we can and must do better. Since even the best efforts in energy conservation and individual emission reductions will be eclipsed by increasing population in the coming decades, it's imperative that government lead the way in shifting our economy, our transportation systems, and the electrical grid away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy sources that will be sustainable for a more populous planet. We know that truly transformational and urgent action is needed on climate change, and there is so much evidence about the power of municipalities to effect real change. And with that power comes great responsibility. I can't abide the thinking that says it doesn't matter what we do because Canada is responsible for less than 2% of global emissions and that our region represents just a small piece of Canada's emissions. This argument is completely missing the value and impact of leadership. If our greenhouse gas emission reduction targets are the most ambitious in the country, and if we develop and implement solid plans to achieve them, we will be recognized as a global leader on climate action. Waterloo Region's reputation for justice and for leadership and innovation will carry us as our region transitions to a low-carbon society and economy. We are uniquely positioned to drive climate solutions in energy, agriculture, manufacturing, waste, and transportation. Investment follows innovations. You all know that well. To stand a good chance of avoiding the most catastrophic impacts of climate change, it's generally accepted that we need to reduce emissions to zero by 2050. We call on our municipal governments to lead this change. Our children, my children, millennials, expect you to lead the way. On the weekend, my kids were home, and we were talking about waste, and my 27-year-old daughter said, "How can we continue to produce anything if we can't recycle it?" We have raised a generation who understand the challenges we face and who expect us to take action commensurate with their scale. This generation wants to live and work in a community that recognizes this. For these reasons, I ask you to approve the targets being presented this evening, but also to shorten the review period to 5 years and to approach each review with a view to ratchet up our ambition, to ensure that ours are the most aggressive municipal targets in the country. The positive, sustainable change necessary to meet these targets will not only avoid the worst consequences of climate change, it will also create a more prosperous and just community by increasing the health, well-being, and economic opportunities for citizens in our region. Thank you all very much for letting me present to you this evening.
Thank you, Laura. You have one question. Councillor Fernandez.
Hi, Laura, over here. You just asked for us to make a change to the recommendation, and that was to have the review done every 5 years. Can you help us understand why? I mean, I think I know why, but help us, the rest of us understand why.
My sense is that if we wait for 10 years, we miss an opportunity to make that kind of systemic change even sooner. I think when you asked Tova and Mary Jane about how people can respond to this individual change, it's a great place to start and a bad place to stop. We have to make changes to our systems, and the sooner we do those, the better. And I think technology is changing so quickly. So even though the plans will be 10 years, and I fully respect that they take that amount of time, even if you had a check-in at the 5-year mark and said, can we ratchet this up? Who has the most ambitious target in Canada? We want to pass that. I was going to say trump that. That would be that. We want to surpass that target and have the most ambitious. And I think that it will pay off in spades for our community to do so.
Well, and I think it's important for us to have that check-in, because if we aren't getting close to our target, then we may be able to figure out what can we do sooner, or how can we turn things around a little bit so that we accomplish that goal.
And we can respond to those nations who are saying we're sinking, or we can respond by saying we're actually going to invest more in this, because to whom much is given, much is expected, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your very impassioned presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Laura.
Oh, I've brought the copies of our federal consultation report. It's really good, and I'll leave them here for...
Perfect.
Thanks.
Staff will hand it out. Thank you. Next is Mary Lou Klassen. Welcome, Mary Lou. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you tonight. And I teach at both University of Waterloo and Wilfrid Laurier. And I've been living here for several years on and off. By the end of this month, my second grandchild will be born in Waterloo Region. She or he, they don't know yet what sex the child will be, she or he will be part of the 10th generation of people of Irish, German, English, and Mennonite descent who have made their home on this traditional territory of the Arawaniran, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee. The global challenge of climate change can be overwhelming and of little apparent impact on daily life here in Kitchener. Yet there is a change, even great change, wrought by human hands and development. In the early 1900s, my great-grandfather farmed the land where Fairview Park Mall and Holiday Inn now sit. It is out of respect for my heritage in this community, my growing understanding of Indigenous teachings about how we are in relationship with the land and its resources, and my concern for my grandchildren, that I speak in favor of an ambitious target for reducing greenhouse gases in our city and region. It is exciting to be part of a community that can draw from so many traditions, those of Indigenous people, early settler farmers, hardworking trades and craftspeople, and high-tech pace setters from around the world. The opportunity for innovation and building deeper resilience into our community afforded by an ambitious target for reducing 2010 rates of greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050 is worth pursuing. It is because of the diverse skills and knowledge I see in our city and region that I do not fear the kind of change implied in such a goal. Rather, I embrace the possibility of more nature and people-friendly spaces afforded by the kind of urban design that welcomes walking, cycling, and engagement with local businesses and neighbors. I look forward to new ideas that will increase local energy efficiency. I seek to be part of a place that attends to the life cycle of all things, including what we now see as waste. I believe that being a city and region on the leading edge of steadfastly addressing climate change will attract the best of human and financial investment that not only seeks economic growth, but yields social inclusion and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions? All right. Any questions of staff? Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, I'd be interested to know what the impact would be if we were to alter the check-in time from 10 to 5 years. Do we see that as a doable? I'm trying to think of who am I asking this question. Sorry, Justin. Thanks, Mr. Riedman. Do you see that as an opportunity for us to do that check-in in 5 years?
Through the chair, so that's something that we can discuss with the steering committee, but I did speak to Ms. Davidson very briefly, and the plan would be to monitor and have a monitoring check-in in 5 years, and then at that point we could look at readjusting if we're not on track.
Okay, thank you. So at the appropriate time, I'd like to make that amendment to the recommendation. I know that Mr. Riedman said he would be having that discussion. If we put that amendment forward now and he comes back with additional information before council next week, then we may need to change that. But
okay, all right. Mayor Vivanovic?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, I was going to move the motion, and in light of the comments from the delegation, I was actually going to put that into the original motion. So we don't need an amendment. It's actually in the motion that I'm moving.
Okay, that's fine. All right, those are all the questions of, recorded vote. Recorded vote has been asked. Sure, you can. There's a few others that have keyed in as well. Councillor Ioannidis first.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and I want to thank all the delegates and all the individuals who came out here today and who are passionate about climate change and everything else. And one thing that I've always thought myself and then resonated with one of the delegates is that it's the governments have to be the leaders of this change, and I truly believe that, and I'm wholeheartedly want to support this recommendation.
Mayor Vivanovic?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to move this, and pleased that we live in a community where we have such great community organizations as Sustainable Waterloo Region and REAP Green Solutions, and others who have taken on such an important leadership role on an issue that is imperative. That is important rather for our future sustainability as a community and, quite frankly, as a species on this earth. If the realities are that historically many decisions have been made by people in the past that have impacted us in a way that has created a lot of challenges, and now we have to recognize that these are real issues. They're not, it's not fake news, but in fact real news that as communities we need to take this kind of leadership. And I think what's important to note here that in fact, in speaking to Councillor Ioannidis' point, there is a role to play here for government without a question. but it's also a role that can be played. It doesn't need to be played by national governments, and we're seeing this, quite frankly, south of the border right now, where we have a national government that is not necessarily believing in this whole issue, but local governments have taken up the cause and are making sure it moves forward. And so I am hopeful that we will adopt this unanimously, and that we'll add our name to the list of communities in Ontario and Canada and beyond who are taking this seriously and making this our target for going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I'll be brief as well. I pay a lot of attention to the technology in this space, and I find it fascinating when I look at a target like this, and it seems like a really lofty goal, and are we going to be able to achieve it? And then you look at what's happening with technology in terms of electric vehicles and battery storage technology and that sort of thing. And I truly believe that while I think we're uniquely positioned with the tech in our local community that we can start pushing some of these things, I think a lot of it's going to happen organically with what's happening in the entire technology space in terms of what we're seeing with the electric car companies alone. The reason electric vehicles are more expensive today is it's a pure economy of scale issue. I think you're going to see this changing in the very near term. To the delegate's point, by 2050, I would be very surprised. Actually, I would even say decades earlier than that. I'd be very surprised if there's any vehicles that run on fossil fuels, except for the point of making it some sort of heritage antique type of vehicle. So I am I'm going to vote in favor of this. I think a lot of us internally are really hoping for that 100% reduction target by 2050. But in terms of the achievability of it, I think it's a very achievable goal, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. It's enthusiastically endorsed by me to see us put an 80% target, but I sure wish we could do more, because as I look at these points on 3-3 where changes are going to be happening just because of our purchasing power, because of the way we're going to be living our lives, I think that we can move closer to that target sooner than later. When I read about changes in the building code and solar panels, we heard from a resident who's already making changes, and I know of people who've already made those small changes, but it needs to be more than just a few here and a few there. And I remember doing the jar garbage challenge that REAP had put out there, and I thought, I'm never going to be able to do this. I'm going to be having to stick my garbage someplace else. But the reality is we can do it, and it's shocking how much those small steps make a difference every single day. So I wish in a way our plan had some more how-tos. I think that's what we need. We've got a huge gallery of people. I know they're not all here for this particular issue, and hopefully you're all going to go home and say, yes, I can take on a challenge in one small way. But how wonderful would it be to have a whole how-to list of how I can make a difference, not only in my life, in my community, so we can reach that 80% target way before 2050. I look forward to not only a full endorsement from Council, but to hear in 5 years where we are and that we're moving along quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fernandez, and a lot of good comments have already been made. It's funny, I think we are in our current predicament with the global gas emissions and carbon footprint due to innovation and technology of the past. And I think it will be the same innovation and future technologies that will ultimately be the saving grace. I agree with past comments that it is the role of local government to set a good example and aspire for the targets that have been set out or recommended. But again, I think it has to be a collaborative approach. It has to be through the innovators. It has to be through good citizens who every day make the right choices by bicycling and walking to work, using public transit, and it's at a sacrifice, and it's something that we have to acknowledge their good effort, and we have to lead by that example at the local level and governance, and I think by supporting and hopefully unanimously we'll set that positive message to our community of what the right steps to take. With that, a recorded vote has been asked, and the item has been moved by Mayor Vivinovich. And that approves unanimously. That's great. Glad to see that. So off to the next item. Item number 2, the official plan amendment. Councillor Marsh.
I have to declare a conflict of interest on this topic as I live within the 120-meter radius.
Thank you. And there is a first presentation by staff. Mr. Stevenson, if you can key in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure tonight to present to you a quick presentation and an overview on an application for redevelopment within close proximity to where we currently are. My presentation will be brief, but it does represent 6 months of work over the past 6 months. So the application is for a property just outside of the Irving Growth Center within a major transit station area just north of downtown Kitchener. It's an L-shaped property. It's approximately 1 hectare in size. It does contain several properties that have been consolidated and is currently used for parking for the Bright Up block development at 25 and 51 Bright Up. As you can see from this picture, the site has been largely developed as a surface parking lot. That has occurred over time. Historically, large portions of this property were used for parking for a manufacturing operation that did exist south of here, which was in the buildings that have been redeveloped as part of the Bright Up block. Pieces of property have been added to this over time, but as you can see from this aerial photograph, all except for 53 and 55 Wellington Street North have been cleared and are used for surface parking. The official plan amendment before you this evening is to change the land use designation to mixed use, and there's a special policy area within the official plan to allow for a floor space ratio of 4.2. Council will recall that building mass is regulated in Kitchener using floor space ratio, and that is a measurement of how much floor area you can have in total based on the total lot area of your site. So in this case, we're looking at, you take the entire lot area and multiply it by 4.2, and that will give you the total floor area of all of the floors of the building proposed here. On the screen in front of you, I illustrated the proposed zoning that would implement those policy directions from the official plan application. As you can see, there's 4 specific areas here, and the portion on the left is considered to be one part under the zoning, and you can see there that I've tried to illustrate for you where step backs and setbacks are proposed as part of the zoning. So in an effort to integrate the proposed development with the residential dwelling along the residential streetscape along Wellington Street, you can see that a parkette is proposed, a privately owned parkette that would be completely publicly accessible. That is approximately 15 meters deep. Then the first portion of the building would be set 15 meters back from the street line with a maximum height of 21 meters. And then you can see the largest square there, which it's indicated there with a 60-meter maximum height. So that portion of the lot would be able to be redeveloped with the highest building. You can see that line between 21-meter max height and the 60-meter max height aligns roughly with the surface parking lot on the opposite side of Moore Avenue. It's interesting to note that 19 and 21 Moore Avenue and 600 King Street, the McDonald's site, that those are designated and zoned for redevelopment. They are designated and zoned mixed use, but the properties opposite the parkette and the shorter portion of the building on Moore Avenue are not indicated for comprehensive redevelopment at this time. To the very right, the last square that has a maximum height of 15 meters, that would be proposed to be a 5-story parking garage with retail uses at grade. So I'll quickly go through the site plan to highlight a couple of the elements of the proposal that I'd like to bring to your attention. So firstly, you can see the parkette that I described that is along Wellington Street. Again, that would be privately owned but publicly accessible. And at the corner of Moore and Brightup Street is a courtyard that is integrated into the building that is also publicly accessible. The podium, which is the shorter portion of the building, and then the tower which rises above it, is on the left side of your screen there in the green oval. And again, the parking garage at 5 stories is indicated there in front of you on your screen. On the main floor, retail uses are proposed, and this is important to ensure that the Brightup Street front is activated. So you can see that in the base of the tower there's retail proposed, and there's also a retail portion on the ground floor of the parking garage along Brightup Street that is proposed. Lastly, part of the recommendation this evening is to realign the laneway that currently exists that travels from Waterloo to Moore between Wellington and Brightup Street. What is being proposed is instead of having the east-west lane, the developer would redevelop a private lane that would travel from Wellington and Brightup in both directions, and that would be publicly accessible but privately owned and privately maintained. The reason that's important for the city is that we currently have a fairly large stormwater facility located through private property. You can see it through the middle of the gray screen there. It does travel through 47, Wellington, and 20 Brightup. As part of this development, the developer would have to relocate that into the new privately owned lane, and that would be protected with an easement. So that would allow us to maintain the stormwater services to this neighborhood without having to redevelop or rip up Wellington, Moore, Waterloo, or Brightup Street. So we would be able to maintain that shortcut, but it would just be in a slightly different configuration. We did have quite a bit of consultation on this application. We had a neighborhood information meeting in January, and we had a circulation that preceded that. The summary of the comments that we received were related to traffic increases in the neighborhood. There were some comments about the building, including height, shadow, overlook, and lighting. There was questions about the public spaces and design. We had a good discussion about the loading area and the function of that, as well as site lighting and light pollution. The traffic analysis was updated and rerun after the consultation with the public. The initial transportation impact study that was completed identified that a left turn lane on Wellington would be warranted into this site. Upon review with transportation services staff, it wasn't likely that that left turn lane would be possible, and it would require expropriation, and it wouldn't be appropriate with the streetscape that was there because there are private driveways. Given that, the configuration was rerun, focusing the majority of the parking garage access to Brightup Street, and the reconfiguration and allotment of those transportation movements does meet our standards. In terms of height, one of the big fundamental changes, and I'm going to have 2 illustrations that follow this slide to discuss this. The tower portion that I talked about on that first slide where I showed you the 60-meter max, that tower was pushed back from 19 meters to 31 meters from Wellington Street, and the mechanical penthouse was changed. Those 2 changes were done in order to improve the shadow and reduce impacts on adjacent properties to meet our tall building guidelines. So as you can see here, and I should say that these are illustrative purposes, these are not final plans, and they're slightly different sizes, but I wanted to illustrate for you just because I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can see that on the picture on the left, the mechanical penthouse is that dark charcoal floor that wraps the entire part of the left portion of the tower. By reducing that to a smaller penthouse, as you can see on the right, and centering it on top of the building, does 2 things. One, it gives the appearance from the ground level that the building is actually 1 story shorter, and also greatly improves the shadow impacts on the adjacent properties on Wellington Street. You can also see that the building was revised to be a rectangle shape, and moving it back away from Wellington Street also improves shadow impacts. From a section view here, you can see, and maybe I would focus, if I could bring your attention to the podium, which is the shorter 4-story portion on the bottom. There's 3 windows there. And if you look at the 3 windows and you look at where the tower is on the left versus where it is on the right, you can see that shift of that tower and what that change does from 19 to 31.5 meters. There was a lot of discussion about what the parkette would be used for and whether or not it would be publicly accessible. And I can confirm for you that that would be privately constructed, privately maintained, but 100% publicly accessible. And at the site planning stage, we would secure legal instruments required to ensure that that does become a community amenity that is able to be used by the community. Again, the detail and some of the design elements of what that parkette is going to look like and that urban courtyard at the corner of Bright Up and Moore will be determined at the site planning stage. Following the discussion about the loading area, it was revised to allow for larger vehicles and can accommodate the larger trucks. At the site planning stage, we would be looking for a noise study from the developer to ensure that noise mitigation measures could be implemented. One of the changes from the initial application to the revised was the implementation of 53 and 55 Wellington Street. What that property acquisition allows is for a greater landscape buffer between the loading area and the adjacent residential. It would also allow room to implement mitigation factors for noise. We also talked about site lighting. Currently, the parking lot is lit with overhead lights, and there are some lights on the adjacent property. What we would require at site planning stage would be a lighting plan, and that would ensure that all fixtures are dark sky compliant. There would be specific attention paid to the top level of the parking garage to ensure that there wouldn't be light spillover. So in summary, the applications before you tonight are for an employment use, or an employment use within the major transit station area within close proximity to the future King Street, King and Victoria GRT station stop with future transit connections to go via Ion, Greyhound, and GRT. I have implemented site-specific regulations in the zoning so that council can be sure that the step backs and the setbacks that are proposed in that parkette would find their way to the final plan. I'm also asking council to endorse the urban design brief that was attached, and that will ensure that the design elements that are favored in that proposal will find their way to the final plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the delegations. First we have Dave Aston. Mayor Vanovic, you're keyed in, but we'll ask questions after we go through delegations. Would that be okay? Yeah, thank you. Again, Dave Ashton, that's MHPC Planning. Dave, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation. You have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the application this evening. I want to thank Mr. Stevenson and planning staff and really all staff that have been involved through this process for their input and feedback through the process. We've done a lot of work as we've moved through the process and from the original submission and the neighborhood meeting to a recommendation, or the recommendations that are before you this evening. So also with me this evening are Mr. Craig Beattie from Perimeter Development Institute, who will also be speaking in just a moment, and the team from Martin Simmons Architects as well, who have put forward the design that is before you this evening. So Mr. Stevenson really covered off a lot of the basics and what's proposed and how comments have been considered. So I'll just work through just some additional points in addition to Mr. Stevenson's. You've seen this. It's a slide of the existing site and the context. I think the broader context here shows really the lands within an area that is changing and evolving. You're seeing investment along the LRT corridor. You'll see investment in the transit hub, and you're just seeing general investment in the broader area associated with lands adjacent to the urban center, lands adjacent to investment in LRT, and all of that is feeding off of each other, and we're seeing investment happen really throughout the LRT corridor and lands beyond. And again, these lands really within 200 meters walking distance, really a short distance to provide opportunity for employment within that distance of a transit hub, and also within the same distance of proposed residential development that is occurring within the area. So here you'll see some additional renderings. Mr. Stevenson showed some what's being proposed, a 12-story office building, including the 4-story podium, retail uses at grade, publicly accessible parkettes, a 5-story parking garage, and underground parking that will serve this proposed development and the adjacent property. The site plan was covered by Mr. Stevenson. Just want a couple things to note. The landscape area that is adjacent to the existing residential, that's approximately 6 meters, so it gives a good area for planting and fencing to provide a transition or a buffer. The park, as mentioned, is actually in this site plan set back 23 meters, and there's the building setback as well. The proposed parkette, as mentioned, is looking to provide really an asset to the broader area, a green space and a streetscape that will function as a public square, a public space. And this was a thought early on in the process, and to provide this opportunity as far as a streetscape element, also to provide for consideration of compatibility with the existing homes to set back the building from Wellington Street. Mr. Stevenson covered the laneway reconfiguration. A component will remain in public ownership, so all of those homes that access the laneway will continue to have access to the laneway and be able to utilize that. From a neighborhood perspective, I think this was covered off in detail. There's been changes to the plan and consideration to the design to address comments that were heard. Details would be addressed through the site plan design stage, and as mentioned, the urban design guidelines being adopted by this council as a recommendation will serve to inform that. So the official plan amendment has 2 elements to it, a change from general industrial employment to mixed use, and a change from low-rise residential to mixed use. And I just want to point out that the low-rise residential, about half of that area that's proposed to be changed will actually be part of the park and landscape area. So while it's being changed to mixed use, it will really just function as a park and parkette area. And the other change from general industrial employment, we see that as a positive in the area, given that what will happen there is the ability for manufacturing, related uses, or other industrial type uses would now be removed from permission there, and really the mixed use that's being proposed would be a more compatible type use with commercial and office uses. The zoning bylaw amendment, this is just an image from the proposed zoning that's in your package. Essentially, it's changing the zones that are currently existing and providing site-specific regulations, as mentioned by Mr. Stevenson, that relate to setbacks, heights, floor space ratio associated with the property.
If you can start summarizing your past 5 minutes.
A couple slides. The technical studies that were supported here have all been reviewed. I just want to point out that the urban design brief did also consider the tall building guidelines that were previously or recently endorsed by council, and so that was factored into the analysis, and all of these studies have been accepted by city staff and the commenting agencies. So in conclusion, it's our opinion that the application before you this evening is consistent with provincial policy direction. It conforms with the regional official plan. It's conforming with the intent of the Kitchener official plan and implementing the vision and direction associated with policy and intent around major transit station areas and intensification areas. The site is a strong proposed redevelopment of an underutilized site within proximity of a major transit station area. There's no concerns raised by agencies, and all the studies have been endorsed, and we have reviewed and support the staff recommendation that is before you this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are some questions. Mayor Brenner?
Well, thank you, and thanks for coming in and making the presentation. Just wondering, and some of these are concerns that, over the last number of days we've heard from residents, both who are supportive and some who have some concerns. In terms of the building right now, the overall floor height for each floor is what's being proposed there?
It's different from the ground level. So the first 4 stories are 21 meters, and then the rest is the 39 meters. So 3+ meters per floor. So 9 to 10 feet for the upper stories, and a little more in the podium levels.
And so, I guess, is that pretty typical for most Class A buildings of this size, or is it different sometimes, or?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I might let Mr. Beattie respond to the more typical. He would have greater experience than I do in the design of Class A office and that type of building.
Okay.
Mr. Beattie is speaking next.
Yeah,
so
that's fine. So we'll wait for him to address it.
Are you done?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. You were your firm was the one who had the shadow study done?
To Mr. Chair, we had completed the shadow study through consultation with the architects and with city staff.
Okay. So as I'm looking through the pages of the different shadow studies, so it shows March and summer shadows, it shows autumn shadows, and then we get to the winter shadows, and for some reason it doesn't, all the other ones showed a 4 o'clock shadow. Can you help me understand on page 2-108 why the last one is the 2 p.m. shadow study, but no 4 p.m. shadow study?
Typically, when looking at winter shadows, as we get into 4 p.m., the sun's close to setting, so we focus in on the afternoon shadows. And again, when looking at the requirements associated with providing 5 hours of non-impacted shadow, typically once you get into the 4:30 time period and it's dark, we don't look at that time period.
So if I'm looking at this page, essentially what I'm understanding then is that anybody who's living on Wellington, Waterloo Street, and then in behind that, which goes towards Louisa Street, will be living most of their day in shadow and very limited sunshine, the way this building is oriented. Is that correct?
I think as you follow through the shadow study, there'll be some areas that will receive.
So I'm just talking about the winter studies.
Yep.
So okay, very concerning if any of these residents happen to be suffering from sun deprivation, which is a concern for many people in the wintertime. This is not what they're used to, and I think that would be a concern if I was living there. Additionally, the resident, so on pages, the appendix, 160, 161, and 163 show a similar concern. The parking garage that is behind number 59 Wellington, what is the separation between, I was trying to find, I think you had a picture here, that showed the parking garage as it related to Wellington Street. Could you bring that back up again?
Through Mr. Chair, Mr. Fernandez, the site plan, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. So what I'm understanding here is this sort of grayish area is the parking garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then immediately, let's just say north of this, or towards the word site plan, that's all residential?
Yes.
So that's what they're going to be looking at the facade of a 5-story parking garage?
That would be, the view would be the parking garage, yes.
Okay, and I'm not quite understanding why we would think that that would be a lovely view for people who are living on that street, unless we're planning some landscaping or some kind of treatment on the side of that building.
I think through the design process, we'll be looking at the facade really of all the parking garages, and it wouldn't be designed as though it were just, a concrete structure there. There'll be some design features given to what that structure looks like, but it will still be, a parking garage in that location, in behind the rear yards of those homes.
So would you be willing to make sure that the parking garage was completed before you started the residential development portion of this, so that you made sure that that was done hand in hand? I mean, if you did the residential and the commercial building, but you didn't have a parking garage, you'd end up with another empty parking lot, right?
Chair, I'm not quite sure what you're asking as far as the residential development and timing. I think what we would look at is there could be the potential to build the parking structure in advance of the office building because it's providing parking for adjacent properties. It could be developed together. It could be developed, after. So there's different ways in which that could be phased. What I would point out is that in the current industrial zoning on the property, really a parking garage would still be permitted. Currently, what we're requesting is additional height for that structure.
Okay, I see I've run out of time, but I will have some more questions.
Okay. Councillor Jeske.
I'm going to continue on with Councillor Fernandez's questioning on that side yard. So we're at the bottom right-hand corner of that screen where you've got the parking garage abutting a single-family dwelling on Brideup Street. What's the side yard showing of the parking garage? Side yard to the property line.
Let me just see. The side yard is, I can't read the details of it, but it's essentially at the lot line. But there is a setback associated with that structure, and I have to go back to the notes that I have to confirm, or I can ask Mr. Beattie to confirm when he comes up, but I just can't read it here. Don't have a large enough plan.
So there's a setback of the building from Brideup Street, but no setback from side yard line. That's what you're telling me?
There is a setback. I just can't read what it is on the scale, but I can get a larger plan and confirm it.
Well, I'd like to know the answer on that one, because it looks like it's impacting right on the property next door.
Councillor Jeske, we can confirm that through staff as well later on.
Yeah, that's what I said. We'll get that. You indicated in your presentation that the application complies with a number of policies, the regional official plan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it complies with the city's official plan?
Well, through Mr. Chair, we're making amendments to the city's official plan, so what we're suggesting is that it's in line or complying with the general intent and the vision of the official plan.
So besides changing the land use from general industrial and employment to low residential land use mix. You're also increasing the maximum floor space ratio from 4.0 to 4.2?
That's correct. That's the proposal.
Okay, why do you need the 0.2? The city's maximum is 4. Can't you meet it?
Well, what was being proposed at the start of the process was actually 4.5. We've worked through the design details and considerations and with staff, and have come to a proposal that ultimately results in a 4.2 floor space ratio. So that's what we've worked on, again, through a lot of detailed design and discussion, and that's what we're proposing. The intent of this all along has been to come up with, in our opinion, the right design, the right fit, and to make that proposal to the city and work with city staff. And where we've landed is that's the floor space ratio that's come out of it all. We didn't start with a number in mind. That's the number that resulted as we worked through the process.
So when you made your submission, what was the height of the building in terms of number of stories?
The height of the building hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. So then what caused the floor space ratio to be reduced from 4.5 to 4.2?
There was changes.
What changed?
Sorry, through Mr. Chair. There's changes associated with, recall the step backs and the penthouse and the overall floor area associated with those changes.
Setbacks of the penthouse from what? From the side yard lines? From the front
There
yards?
was two comparisons. Councillor Janetsky saying the
I want
setback.
his answer.
You're repeating your question. That's why I helped to clarify a little bit. Again, there is a repetition of the same question over and over. I think it's trying to be answered, but let's be clear. So go ahead.
There was a reduction in the penthouse area. Recall that Mr. Stevenson had shown, and that's primarily the change associated with the reduction in the floor space ratio.
So the penthouse is south at the top was reducing the floor space square footage.
That's correct, the overall top floor.
Okay, so that would have caused it to go from 4.5 to 4.2.
Yes.
Okay, could not go down to 4.0.
I think I responded again. We didn't start with a number in mind. We worked to a design.
So that was your negotiations with staff.
Again, we worked through a full design discussion. We started with a design approach. We worked with the architects and considered comments received, and worked to a final design, in our opinion, that met those comments. Not so much that we were into any type of negotiation. As I said, the idea was to start with a good proposal from the start and move from there. We didn't, propose something that, in our opinion, was overdeveloped for the area and then negotiate something down. We started with good design in the first place.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ellington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'm a little puzzled at what's happening here. Are we going to hear from resident delegates tonight?
We are when we get to them.
Okay, I just wondered about the order of things.
It's no different than what we usually do. It's the order that's presented to me.
My second general question, with Councillor Marsh's permission, I really regret the loss of a ward councillor in a debate like this. What is the magic distance that you have to live from a development in order to declare a conflict?
Well, she's already said the 120 meters, the circulation.
That's an official distance. That's news to me. And I also have questions for Mr. Stevenson. Are we coming back to...
Yes, we are. After the delegations, we'll come back to staff.
Much.
No problem. Councillor Fernandez, you want to ask your question now, or you want to ask of Mr. Okay. Okay, perfect. If you can hold on, is it relevant to the delegation? No, okay, that's all the questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I just want to make a point of clarification.
Of course.
To educate Councillor Etherington on conflict of interest rules, they are not clear-cut with a circulation district. However, I did seek legal counsel and was advised to declare a conflict of interest. And I can share with you the details of why. I can share with anybody who wants to ask me why. I don't want to take up more time, but I just want to clarify that this was not a decision I took lightly, and it's not something that I'm enjoying doing, but I'm pleased to see my colleagues asking several questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Marsh. And again, it's not necessary for you to go into detail. You did the responsible action of taking legal advice, and you're acting on that legal advice. I'm sure you are dying to take part in the discussion, but that is the matter before us, and we have to be guided by the Conflict of Interest Act that's, from the province to us, that is not always very clear, and it's muddy as water, but sometimes we have to caution the side of error. Okay, so on to the next delegation, Craig Beattie. Mr. Beattie, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Singh and Council. Pleasure to be here with you this evening to talk a little bit about the Bright Up Block project and how we've evolved over the years. This was an interesting article that I came across in a Municipal World publication talking about the City of Kitchener's EDIF fund that was established in 2004 with a goal of generating economic development in downtown Kitchener. Had a 10-year horizon to it, and we were thrilled to become part of trying to drive some of that change in 2009. Late 2009, we purchased the old Collins and Aikman former automotive manufacturing plant on Bright Up Street. We'd been looking for some time for a project of some major scale in downtown Kitchener. We were, impressed by the leadership in some of the projects that were commenced through the EDIF program and the city's vision at that point in time, and helped give us a lot of confidence to tackle a major challenging project. Early on, we came up with branding the project the Bright Up Block, and going back in 2010, the whole property generated about $125,000 a year in taxes, and there were 0 jobs at that point in time. So this is what we inherited back in 2009. Again, this plant had closed up in production in 2008, was when the last worker left this project. So this is what the view was for many, many years in that area. And as you can see, the old cooling pond there on the left-hand side, and some of the old environmental drums on the right. So we also inherited about 1,200 tons of old machinery throughout the plant. We systematically started a major cleanup of all of it, including the environmental, spent millions of dollars cleaning up the environmental contamination on the property. So our initial focus was the 4-story brick section of the project, and we created about 130,000 square feet of brick and beam office space. We had to do a fair bit of selective demolition to prune out the older parts that weren't consistent with our vision, which from the outset, even going back to 2009, was to really create a first-class urban office environment. That was our vision when we got started. And again, we first phase was the brick and beam section. You can see some of the fabulous spaces inside, and Google's grand opening there on the bottom left. It's Workplace One. And this led to our second phase. Well, early on, even back in 2009, we saw this fabulous two-story building at the end, and thought, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could get this project to a point where we could even add onto that space. And we really challenged our architects to come up with a real architectural gem to really set the tone for development in and around the downtown, and we were thrilled with this fabulous glass box design that they came up with, and were able to get built. Some of the pictures here. So the project, over the last couple of years, we were fortunate enough to win a prestigious what's called a Rex Award. These are awards given out for best commercial projects in Canada. We beat out some major large projects in Toronto to win this. We're also fortunate enough to win a Brownie Award for best overall brownfield redevelopment. And just going over with our accounting staff the other day, so our taxes are scheduled this year to generate about $1.1 million. And the current job numbers throughout the project are about 650 people, and further growth still planned moving forward. So again, moving forward, we're really excited to move on to the next stage with everybody's support. Throughout the development, we've seen a lot of interesting developments around us as it relates to transit infrastructure. When we first took this on, the concept of LRT had not yet evolved or developed. The concept of Metrolinx's GO train service to and from Toronto had not even been discussed. So as we've carried out the project to date, some of these terrific transit projects have come around us, and we view this as a real opportunity to create another architectural and design leading project and intensify the core. And I think, just hearing Tova and Sustainable Waterloo Region talk earlier, these types of urban intensification projects are what we need to help meet some of those goals moving forward as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Questions?
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks for making your presentation. And certainly you've done some tremendous work within our community around the Bright Up Block and the Google building and the one that you just showed us. What do you anticipate your target market to be in terms of rentals or sales or?
Yeah, so we see this as, our target here will be major tenants seeking first-class, Class A office space. We will be seeking, at minimum, LEED Gold certification on this building. We would even try to probably push that a little bit further if we can, but that's who we see as our target here.
Okay, so that's your office space, but you've got residential space in here as well, right?
No, there's retail space at grade, yeah.
Retail space, okay. Our plan, Conservation of Stable Established Neighborhoods, talks about stable residential neighborhoods. And the Parts Plan also notes that inclusion of stable residential neighborhoods. So help me understand why you're making such a significant change in that community, in the field of that community, by going from residential space to office building mixed use. It doesn't make any sense to me, because I think you've got an opportunity here to build some lower buildings that will house families who could walk to our community, who could walk to our downtown core.
Well, I think, going back to what we've been able to accomplish to date, and also with this vision, we actually think that contributes a lot to the stable neighborhoods and providing employment opportunities. I think we've seen the change that we've seen in the neighborhood in the number of years that we've been working on this project is substantial, and I think we've seen a lot more reinvestment in homes, many of which were fabulous heritage properties who were starting to decline, and we've seen with not only the employment that's been generated with our project, but just generally downtown has caused more opportunities for people to buy some of these homes and reinvest in getting them fixed up and preserving some of that stock. And we think, the parkette at the corner, this area we think is there is a lack of small parkettes in the area, and we think this is going to be a great addition to the neighborhood. And I think generally, as a core downtown, I think as the city continues to intensify, these small little green parkettes are going to become more and more important as the city grows.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you on that. So our parts plan talks about maximum allowable height, which is 14 meters for innovation and employment. Why are you ignoring something that was approved by council and going to 20?
Well, I don't know if I would say we're ignoring. I mean, we've come up with a plan that we think is it's a vision that reacts to some tenant demands, tenant needs, and also providing that parkette piece, which we think is a reasonable trade-off.
I don't know if I'd agree with you that a parkette's a reasonable trade-off, but as I was looking through, and I had asked this of your consultant, the shadow studies is always a concern for me, but wind as well, wind tunnels. I've experienced it far too many times in buildings where you literally get blown off your feet. What kind of wind studies have you done for the buildings through that laneway?
Well, we haven't done any as yet. That would be more of a site planning stage item when we have detailed design that's nailed down at that point in time. That's the appropriate time for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Etherington.
Craig, I just wanted, and I've told you this many times, that I've always been impressed with Perimeter and everything you've done in the city, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
But there's a but here, always is. I think you've done fabulous things around the Bright Up area, the Google building, and everything is, I can't say enough about it, it's fantastic. I wanted to ask you, if you lived in one of those homes behind this project we're considering, would you think that this development was compatible or too close to that housing area, if you lived in one of those homes?
Well, I think in the context of time, I think if you were to view the project in its totality upon completion, with the green spaces, with the public spaces, with the quality of design, I do think it's compatible. And I think we take what we do really seriously, and putting the effort into design and really challenging our team and everybody we work with to raise the bar. And I think absolutely we're confident we'll be able to make this project compatible and fit in.
Do you have any comment on what came up earlier about the wall of that parking area?
I think it's, again, it's a detailed design item, and it's something that we would take very seriously to create something that's very interesting on that side, for sure. We don't have any intention to do just a very, generic, run-of-the-mill suburban-style parking structure. That's not what interests us.
It's not going to look like the insurance building on Joseph Street where people look straight at it?
Yeah. Well, I know the one you're talking about.
It's not going to look like that?
That would not be our intent, no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Vivanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Craig, for coming in and for making a presentation. There's certainly some good information in there. I just want to follow up on my question that I asked the previous delegation, and that is on the floor height issue.
Sure.
And wondering, he suggested you might be in a better position to comment on it.
So floor-to-floor heights for Class A office space, there's sometimes a range of what that is, depending on mechanical systems, things of that nature, but you're sometimes anywhere in the range from, 4.2 to 4.7 in that ballpark range, again, subject to kind of final design, but that's the range of floor-to-floor heights that are typical for new Class A office space, and is consistent with what we're just about to break ground with at 345 King for that new Class A building as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Janetsky.
Thank you for your presentation, and appreciate the work you've done for the city community in terms of their Phase 1 and Phase 2 developments and making old buildings rejuvenated. And congratulations on Phase 2 in terms of the awards that you have won.
Thank you.
And while you were working on Phases 1 and 2, at what point in time did you start accumulating the properties across the street for this development?
I would say that's been over the last, it's probably the last 2 years.
And that's where the parking lot is right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And for the last 2 years, you bought how many houses?
We've bought in the last 2 years 3.
3?
Yeah.
And the rest of the land was what, vacant?
It was all part of the initial parcels that we acquired.
Oh, okay. So when you acquired Phases 1 and 2,
Yes.
the lands across the street were used for parking lot, and that's where the stormwater pond was, or whatever it's called?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And all that stuff there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was all part of the package.
Correct.
So since that time, besides what became the package, so all you really did is buy 3 more houses?
Yes, correct.
They were which ones? On Brydup or Wellington or Moore? Or?
Sorry?
On what streets were those
Wellington.
3? On Wellington?
Wellington, yeah.
Okay, so that's where the parking garage is proposed.
No, this is actually, it's where the parquet is, actually. That's those were the acquisitions there.
Oh, sorry, you said Wellington, didn't you?
Wellington, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, where the parquet is, okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever consider buying more houses? And making a larger development?
And it's funny, we weren't these were actually opportunities that came to us, individual parties who were looking to sell, and we were a natural first call for them, and we're able to come to reasonable terms, and we haven't considered any further acquisitions, no.
Okay. Seeing those are the answers, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it was covered in the report, but we talked a little bit about the importance of walkability and matching up. I guess one of my concerns here is matching up office space with residential space. You mentioned this in the report as well. This is going to be Class A office space. How much Class A office space is there in downtown Kitchener within proximity of this proposed development?
So you're saying what is their current Class A stock right now?
Yes, in the vicinity.
I'm not a huge statistician as it relates to more of a, intuitive feel. I walk and see all this space all the time, and right now there's little to no Class A space. I mean, our 345 King is going to be the first new Class A building in over 25 years. So our amount of Class A stock right now is very, very minimal.
Okay, that was my impression as well, that the 345 is going to be the first in quite a long time. Yeah. And perhaps you, again, from your perspective as well, because you do have a unique perspective, do you see when you're reading the tea leaves, do you see the residential units outpacing office space in downtown Kitchener at the moment?
Yeah, I think if you were to look at the statistics, I was just privy to a report a couple of weeks ago with just where some of the housing starts and some of the projects that are in the pipeline right now, and it's several thousand residential units in the pipeline, and a big one obviously right across the street in the 607 King project that's, working its way through the planning process there. There's some fairly substantial residential density there. So we've got a nice mix, frankly, right now in downtown in terms of a lot of new residential and a nice mix of commercial and obviously some repurposed commercial that's happened over the last number of years. It's when we talk to companies who are looking to expand here, relocate here, that is one of the encouraging signs that they like to see in our market is that nice mix of housing options for employees that are close by.
Okay, and no matter our thoughts on it, there are certainly major corporations that would not rent anything other than Class A office space.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Those are all the questions. Oh, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis keyed in, so actually, no, Councillor Ioannidis wants to ask you something.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Craig, for coming in. I may have stepped out. I'm not sure if this was asked or this was brought up by a previous delegation. So the current zoning right now it's not residential. Its majority is manufacturing.
Yes, there's a small bit of residential on the upper portion closer to Wellington. That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So technically, in theory, if you weren't wanting to build an office space, you could really build a factory here if you really wanted to.
I guess technically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
All right, next is Jeanne Bean Bates. Ms. Bates, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gianna Bean, and I live on Wellington Street North. My ancestor, John Bean, was an original settler in Doon in the year 1800, and 10 generations of my family have lived and worked here over the ensuing 218 years. The history of the Bean family is tied with that of this area, and so I am passionate about safeguarding what's left of the old neighbourhoods in Kitchener. And tonight, councillors will be voting on 2 applications, and the result will send an important message to all the residents of Kitchener. 2 important questions need to be considered carefully before these applications are approved. Number 1, are the proposed structures appropriate for this location? And 2, is there anywhere else in the city that would be a more appropriate location for an office building of this size and height, which requires an adjacent 5-story parking garage? The good news is, it's wonderful that the city is recognizing the value of its old factories. This historic preservation is a great way to keep the story of our city alive. Sadly, past stewardship of our city was inadequate, and much of Kitchener's unique heritage and identity have been lost. The good news is we know the considerable economic and aesthetic value of maintaining the historic character and context of a neighborhood. Experts know that historic preservation is one of the best tools for promoting density and intelligent, vibrant growth in a city. And here we have one of the houses on Wellington Street facing the site. The Cultural Heritage Landscape Study done by the city in 2014 tells us that this Mount Hope Bright Up neighborhood is very, very special. It's got a distinct character, and the majority of the original buildings are to the area. They date from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. Very few of the original buildings have been removed, thus yielding a community very much of its own time and place. Here's another house, Victorian house, facing the site on Wellington Street. So, appropriate use for the land in question. Well, part of the parcel is currently zoned for low-rise residential. It's bordered on 3 sides by low-rise residences. The development would include a 12-story commercial office tower, as we've seen. Now, I'm saying that it's incongruous to put such a structure this tall in the midst of these residences. Nowhere else in Kitchener does such a condition exist with this type of building, and it's inconsistent with the City of Kitchener's Urban Design Manual. As we see, it tells us that the identity of a new building should reinforce neighborhood character, that the appeal should provide an appropriate scale and sense of proportion, and so on. Design buildings at a height and scale which is compatible with the surrounding area. The design briefs tell us that tall buildings should not interrupt or impose upon an existing neighborhood character. The designing for transition is a key part of creating compatible tall building fabric. Design brief section on mixed use tells us that building design contributes to urban quality, sense of place and contextual fit. Through the use of appropriate massing, etc., etc., new buildings should be designed to reinforce the street edge, improve streetscape appearance, but be compatible with the surrounding buildings and maintain a human scale form. Accordingly, it is more appropriate and more desirable from a design perspective to put a tall structure near other tall structures rather than in the midst of low-rise residences of historical and cultural significance. Here we've got 305 King Street. It's a 12-story office tower. It's half a kilometer away, downtown Kitchener, where there are other empty lots, I might add. There's two of the historically significant Victorian houses facing the land in question on Moore. Here we have this lovely, lovely, wonderful Bright Up factory building. They have done a beautiful job, but this view will be permanently obscured by the proposed development. It's a unique monument to the city's history, and the city's own coordinator of cultural heritage planning has said what defines us is our industrial heritage. It distinguishes us from Waterloo, Cambridge, Guelph, and London, and we've only in the last several years understood the value of these buildings. And the former dean of the School of Architecture at the U of W tells us we see all these industrial buildings. We see Google taking on the Bright Up building. And the overall trend is clear. We are valuing these buildings, but these buildings cannot be valued by the residents of Kitchener if they're obscured from view, if they're no longer seen. In summary, these proposed structures are not appropriate for this parcel of land, and it makes more sense from a design perspective, as outlined by the City of Kitchener's Urban Design Manual, to place these structures with other structures of a similar size and function. And to preserve the beauty and integrity of this historically significant neighborhood, the City of Kitchener should not approve this official plan amendment and zone change application. And lastly, I would like to thank the councillors who are entrusted with the stewardship of our city. I entreat you, please safeguard the existence of Kitchener's special heritage community for its residents and for its future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few questions from committee members. Councillor Fernandez first.
Thank you, Ms. Bates, for your very passionate and educational presentation. It's always good to have visuals, and I think that really makes it very important.
Thank you.
So if you were sitting in my seat tonight, what would you like to see proposed on that site? Instead of what is proposed, what kind of structure would you like to see there?
I think there are several options that would be perhaps a better fit. There might be, I think we should stick with a low-rise residential, in my opinion. I think that makes more sense.
Okay. So when you say low-rise residential, are you talking about towns? Are you talking about, a 5-6-story condo?
Something like that, but this building that they're talking about is simply too high, and I would like residences, and they should stay low-rise residential. Whatever density would work, as long as it's appropriate and fits in with the nature of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Ellington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Bean Bates. I'm sure you're familiar with the parks plan for this area?
Dawn Parker will be speaking about the parts plan a little bit more, and she's very familiar with that, more than I am.
If the height of this building was half what it is, could you live with that? That's what the parks plan.
I don't know. I can't answer that, honestly.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Janetsky.
Just continuing on the questioning of the councillors here, Just as an aside, I drove around yesterday around the block to take a look at the feel of the neighborhood. And you mentioned you're at 70. Are you the one with the big sign on the front lawn?
That's right.
Advertising for the public meeting tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I was looking at your house there. My question to you is in terms of your answer to Councillor Fernandez, in terms of what would you want there? You said residential. So does that mean this proposed development, this commercial office development, you don't want it at all?
Well, it's going to bring a lot more traffic. I'm afraid that at some point they're going to have to or want to widen Wellington Street. Well, that'll be disastrous. But they have to accommodate all the cars that will be coming in to this new development. And they'll be substantial. I'm not sure how many spots there are in the parking garage, but I think it's close to 600. So that certainly changes the traffic pattern downtown, or midtown, I should say.
So let me reword the question. If this building that's proposed goes forward, but it's going to be all residential, would that be okay for you?
I think that would be nice. I think we're going to
So
need a lot of
it's the
residents
use
downtown.
you're concerned about as opposed to the height of the building.
I beg your pardon?
It's the use you are concerned on the property because you want residential as opposed to the height of the building.
And I don't want to lose the view. I think we're going to lose the view of perimeter if they put up, or the Google building rather, the Bright Up Block, if they put up this 12-story office tower. As I pointed out, it'll be totally obscured.
It'll obscure the view of the phase 2 that they won the award on. That's what you're saying, right?
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
So, would you agree to half the size of the building?
I don't know. I'd like to
6
see.
stories?
Would it obscure the view of 1 and 2? I'm not sure. I'd have to see how that would look. I don't want to lose that view. Do you want to lose that view? It's amazing. It's impressive. Anyone would look at that across the world and think, wow, the city of Kitchener is really something special.
Okay, so you want residential and you want something smaller in terms of height, maybe down to 3 stories, similar to the buildings on your street right now, which are 2.5, 3. Then that's okay.
As long as we keep that view.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
As
you.
long as we keep that view.
As long as you keep the view
Yeah.
from
And
your
you
house.
saw the pictures. They're quite impressive. There's nighttime. There's small shots. There we have the daytime.
And those shots were taken from Wellington Street.
Look at that. You can see the buildings of the houses across the street reflected in the glass building. It's beautiful. It'll
Yeah.
be gone.
Well, so if you want to really maintain the whole view as you see it there, maybe you should not allow any development, period.
That's not.
Is that good?
I think,
Councillor
in my
Janetsky,
ideal
point.
world, that would become a city square.
Councillor Janetsky, that is not within our purview to prohibit development altogether.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what she wants.
Coming from a planning background, you know the parcel is designated currently with a certain zoning. The development could progress based on the current zoning, so we can't not allow development, but the proposal before us is based on the height,
I know the
base
story. I'm
questions
just
on.
trying to get her position on it. And she prefers to have it this way. So I'm assuming you don't want any development other than maybe a 1-story, 2-story.
In my ideal world, it would be a city square or some kind of a public square. It would be wonderful. But I understand that may not be possible.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, you've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
thank you.
And through the question, we were stating an obvious fact, and that's why we have to be cognizant that we have a huge list of delegations ahead of us, and they've been waiting for a long time, and we have to be respectful for their time as well. And that's why we have to be careful with the questions that we do ask. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Someone had a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming back. And thank you for the work you've done here. It's very beneficial. But, you know, it's not a perfect world. It's not an ideal world. It's a real world. So dealing with that, I'm still not clear. There has to be, I think the best that we can do in this situation is to come out with a compromise. Now, what is a compromise? Is there a compromise here that you could live with.
I think Dawn is going to speak to that very shortly, and she'll be able to outline her idea really well.
Okay, so to you, just if I can clarify it again, is it the height, the number of stories, or the use?
I would prefer it stay residential.
But no, then, okay, that's settled, but residential 6 or 12 stories?
Or if they lower the height, I think that would be, as long as it doesn't obscure the view. I think we really need to look carefully at that, once you give that away.
Well, then that really talks about the height of the buildings then. Would you agree? Okay, thank you.
That's all the questions. Thank you for your delegation. Next is Karen Messmer. Welcome, Karen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I live at 59 Wellington Street, so I'm going to be bordered by two sides of their development. And I understand that as a community, we are not going to stop progress, nor do I want to. I feel like the size of this building is far too high for a residential neighborhood. It's taller than the condos next door, city center, and not quite as high as 1 Victoria Street. It's enormous. The traffic increase and noise level will be excessive. It's already difficult enough to enter and exit our driveway. Nobody wants to give you a chance to get into your parking. And looking out into my backyard, I back onto the parking garage. I'm going to be looking at a 5-level wall. Not exactly a nice view for anyone living along Wellington Street. We just want to continue to enjoy our house, our yard, and our neighborhood. And I'm afraid that we won't have an opportunity for input once this goes to site plan stage. Thank you.
Okay. And there's no questions. Thank you. Oh, there is. Councillor Etherington keyed in late. Go ahead, Councillor Etherington.
Could I just ask the question I asked to the... Are you familiar with the PARTS plan?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Are you familiar with
what does it stand for? Can you just...
It stands for planning around rapid transit stations.
Okay, I have heard of it, but I'm not real familiar with it.
Fair enough. You're probably as familiar as I am. I've been to the meetings, but I'm still trying to get a hold of... Well, maybe we could turn the question around. If there was a change made to the height of this existing building, not the parking building, the office building, what could you live with?
It's hard to say until you see a plan, but I'm thinking half of the height. I wouldn't be in constant shadow. I know they have to allow for 5 hours of sun in my yard, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be at the prime time of day. I might get an hour or two in the morning and an hour in the evening.
And you're one of the people, one of the homeowners, one of the residents who would be looking straight at this parking garage wall?
That's correct.
Do you think there's any way to make that attractive?
Well, I hope that they make it attractive. And I do understand that they need parking.
Yeah.
And Councillor Janicki had commented on the setback from the property on Bright Up Street. I'd like to know what the setback is from the public laneway in behind my house, from Waterloo to Moore, or how wide that lane is. I haven't had an answer to that yet.
I'm sure Mr. Stevenson could answer that question, but he'll be answering questions for us, so maybe we could leave that until then. Thanks very much. For
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next is David Messmer. Welcome, David.
Thank you very much, folks. I'd like to start out by trying not to reiterate on anything anybody else said. It's a busy enough evening. I'm going to read a small paragraph from some doctrine that came in the mail from the City of Kitchener. New developments shall be compatible with surrounding residential neighborhoods and will be an appropriate height and density in relation to the adjacent low-rise residential development. New developments which are abut arterial or major collector roads are well separated from low-rise residential developments and have adequate municipal infrastructure. I'm not taking this out of context, please. The article is several pages long, and I only have 5 minutes, so this isn't being taken out of context. The absolute maximum floor space is 4.0. That's a standard set by the city for a commercial building adjacent to, I believe, residential. This is a commercial building being surrounded 3 sides by residential, and they want to amend that. And I personally don't think that's wise. I'm here to speak primarily about something that was touched on by Mr. Garrett, by Mr. Stevenson, I'm sorry. It's a noise study. They're planning on putting loading docks directly adjacent to our home at 59 Wellington Street, the other homes. I don't understand why those loading docks can't be at the other side of the building off of Bright Up. All they've done to amend the loading docks when we expressed our concern in January is add a 3rd loading dock so that a larger truck can get in and move them maybe 20 feet away, further away from the houses. Certainly not an adequate change to alleviate noise. So I'm certainly requesting that in site planning, a noise study be included in that, and a noise study that I've been in trucking for about 30 years, a noise study that affects the 2 largest noise pieces of a truck, which are backup alarms and air brakes, not just an engine running. Because if you've ever heard a snow plow off in the background, you always hear those backup alarms in the middle of the night. Figure them maybe 15 feet away from, or 30 feet away from your backyard, and 40 feet away from your bedroom window at 5 in the morning when the driver comes in. I don't necessarily think that's a good idea. I don't want to hear that. The other thing I'd like to address is I came a lot less prepared. I mean, we're just residents here. We're not used to this. The developer came very prepared. And there was a lot of questions that were brought up by councillors that they just aren't prepared to answer. And if they don't know the answers to these yet, are we, by giving them approval, this zoning change tonight, giving them a blank check to do whatever they want, a site plan, when they don't have to come back to the public? I'm going to suggest until they can answer all of these questions competently, and they have a little bit more concrete a plan. I don't want you to give them any kind of change in the plan at all until they can come up with something and they can answer all of your questions. I'm sorry I'm not a great speaker, but that's I'm probably one of the more affected houses. 59 is the closest house to both of these developments, and I certainly feel I have to come in and say what I have to say. Thank you.
No, thank you, David, and you were perfectly fine with the points you made, and you were very clear with your opinion. There is a question of you, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to David. David, you did great. Planning is a very complicated subject. It's very complicated for me, and for the average Joe, it is even more difficult. So I don't criticize you for not understanding part of this. Do you feel that you would benefit, or residents would benefit, from a little more time to further negotiate some of these points?
I absolutely think that we'd all benefit from. I think that the perimeter group up until this point, have done nothing but good things for our neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I don't think they intend on disrupting it. I just think that we got to work together between the residents and Perimeter Group to come up with a plan that's going to be good for everybody, because what they've done thus far has been good, and I realize they need and want more office space, and I personally am not one to stand in the way of progress. I just don't want it at the expense of our few houses being our entire lifestyle being disrupted. This isn't just a business for me. This is our home. This is where we spend most of our time. And looking out the backyard and seeing for example, I don't know how practical it is. I would like to see 4 of those stories in that parking garage underground and 1 story above. That would certainly change the landscape. It'd be more expensive, but it would certainly address some of the concerns the residents have. I would like to see the building at half the height, and I would like to see the loading docks far away from any residential area where people are awakened with trucks. I mean, those are some of the concerns I have, and I'm sure if everybody was to sit down and get together with a constructive conversation, we could come up with something, a compromise that would work for everybody.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I've got a deferral suggestion when we get to that point.
Okay. There's still more delegations and then questions of staff. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, thank you for coming in, and you did very well too. I've been looking at the shadow studies, and have you looked at those at all? Were you able to?
I was into Mr. Stevenson's office. I asked for them. I wasn't able to acquire the copy you had. He had some very small ones. They were hard to read, but for whatever reason, I couldn't get the copies you have. They're probably they look a lot larger and more detailed.
So if you were sitting in your backyard, could you tell me where the sun is in your backyard, or is it in the front yard?
It comes into the backyard primarily.
So then when that garage structure is built, you will be spending part of your day in shade in your backyard.
I think from my perspective, it's going to be the 12-story building that's going to keep us in the shade most of the time. We have apparently got enough shadow to comply with the minimum standard. That maybe addresses the letter of the law. The spirit of the law is most of us live in our backyards, and most of the front yard, maybe the roof of my house will see it. I want to see the sun on my deck. I don't want to have to cut down my tree in order to get maximum amount of sunlight. There's some issues there, and like I said, I don't want to reiterate other people's concerns, and the building height seems to be one that other people have addressed, so I decided to stick with noise.
Well, I think you're bringing a very important factor into it. I mean, having a loading dock behind your property is certainly not an optimal situation for sleeping, enjoying your property, even just sitting and watching television if you're worried about a truck coming in and unloading.
And when I asked Mr. Stevenson why it wasn't located elsewhere, it's because they won't allow it to be located on the frontage of the building. The frontage of the building, the Bright Up entrance, that's surrounded by 2 commercial properties. That's absurd. Why they can't put the loading dock there and have the noise buffered by the rest of the building and completely away from the residents. I'm completely baffled why they won't do that. I realize they'd have to move around or sacrifice some retail space, but that's, you're surrounded with 3 sides of residential property. You have to kind of appease the residents a little bit, don't you?
Yep. Thank you.
I would think. We're asking for compromise, not complete annihilation of the project. We want compromise. We want this to work for everybody.
And I think you're making a valid point.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
I'm here behind the bushes here. You've done a good job. Although I want to ask you first, this parts study that we keep talking about. Have you heard about that? Were you involved with it? Or?
I wasn't involved with it, but I have heard a little bits about it. If I'm not correct, it's the fact that we're trying to initiate some more jobs within walking distance of the LRT. Am I correct on that?
That's not. It's to do with the areas around where the new stations of LRT are going to be, and there's special studies, and I think I should let the planners tell you, but it's to deal with the impact of the neighborhoods around those stations. So you're a candidate. You're in that neighborhood. So I have to come back to this. There are a lot of concerns that people have, but if I were to ask you to list your 3 major concerns with this, what would they be? If you had 3 druthers, what would you have on the list?
I think the first one is the scope of the project, the height of the building combined with the noise and the wind and a lot of unknowns that it's going to have. That's kind of the first one. The second, equally important, and probably as important, is when we ask the developer for specific details, they don't have it. They're asking for the zone change. Unfortunately, they can't give us details of exactly what they want to do, so we're writing them a blank check. Effectively, is what we're doing. We're gonna okay the zone change, and then at site plan, when the residents or anybody else isn't able to attend this, it's not public anymore, they can basically put together a proposal what they want, and the residents lose their voice. And this is the only place we have to have a voice. So if they're not willing to disclose what they really want to do, then I can't see how in good conscience anyone can vote yes to this.
Okay, I just want to go on that. It sounds that you're unhappy with the process up to this point, that you haven't really had an opportunity to is that the case or not?
That's not the case. I think they've been very open to us. I don't want to. In fact, I apologize if I'm coming across that way. I think in its present form, the entire project doesn't fit well with surrounded by 3 sides of residential. I think it could be worked with. I think it could be tweaked, and I don't think it has to be a huge compromise. But I think there are some items we could change on that, so that the residences feel that that they're still an integral part of the neighborhood, that they're just not overwhelmed by a 5-story parking garage and a 12-story office building beside a simple 2-story home. That's that in a nutshell. Is it the entire scope of the project is too big for the neighborhood it's in, and I don't think that there's enough opportunity for us to tweak the process further if we approve it today. Is that making more sense?
You'll have more opportunity even after today, even if we were to take a vote. No, I think that I'm going to think that your biggest concern is the height of the building.
Oh, absolutely, and the parking garage. Yeah. The height of both of them is the biggest concern. But don't discount the noise and the wind and the other effects to that. But it's all part and parcel. I don't think you can separate any of it. It all happens at the same time.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you, David. That's all the questions for you. And members of the committee keep on referencing the PART study that's planning around rapid transit stations. It's a study that outlines planning principles of how and what should be developed around the transit stations that are throughout the LRT route. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong. They're nodding yes. Okay, that I'm not wrong. We still have 3 more. Yes, hi. Sorry. Next is Don. I'm assuming here, Don. Don, I was going to just recommend, we still have yourself and 2 more delegations as well as questions of staff, so still a long night ahead of us. If you can just take, I think, a couple minutes, 2 minutes recess, and then we can reconvene again. Does that work for the committee? Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
so much. Yeah, that's how you were planning. That's a good idea. Because last time I went, I came right from school and I landed there. It's so much. And there's good stickers too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Oh yeah, I would have. Oh, I lived this. When you say yeah, I go for a walk. I work down there, so I go for a walk. To the cemetery. Yeah. No, this.
One, two, three.
Do you have that information?
Okay, everyone, we do have a long night ahead of us, so if you can start taking your seat back again, please. Okay, the next delegation, and we'll reconvene the committee. The next delegation is Don Parker. Hi, Don, and you have a presentation as well, a slide. You have 5 minutes. You can begin.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Dawn Parker. I'm a resident at 65 Shanley Street. That's my backyard on the left. I'm also a professor in the School of Planning. So I'm here as a resident, but a lot of my thinking is informed by my research in the School of Planning. I favor development. Perimeter has done great things. It's been great for our neighborhood. My position is that the development should be consistent with the zoning recommended in the Part Central Plan. And I did walk here, by the way, which is a combination of low-density residential and innovation and employment. So in particular, I'm here to argue that Wellington Street stays zone residential. And I do want to point out that in the core areas, 3-bedroom residential products are absolutely scarce and completely missing. You don't need to be a professor, you can ask any realtor about that. The proposed use, high-intensity mixed use, as many people have argued, is incompatible. We heard from our neighbors how it will affect their property and their quality of life. And the erosion is the value of the current residents in that residential use. And as pointed out, that effect comes from 3 sides. The more dangerous thing is that rezoning the current residential parcel on Wellington as mixed, high-intensity mixed use creates a precedent for the rest of Wellington Avenue. Other landowners on Wellington will then expect that they will be able to have their parcels similarly rezoned. This dynamic threatens the early 20th century and Victorian homes that we see in the neighborhood. These 3 are on the corners surrounding the development. So this dynamic can erode neighborhoods as investors speculatively purchase land for land banking. They'll often leave homes, they'll rent houses out trying to mine rents with very low or minimal upkeep until the development value is high enough to go for a rezoning application. And this process further erodes the values of other residences in the neighborhood. What we see in the bottom left is a small residential house on Shanley that has been shadowed by the Midtown Lofts. That owner has just sold out and moved out once the construction was complete. In the middle, we have the house in Guelph Street that's been boarded up and is apparently going to be put up as an apartment building. We had 5 squatters in a SWAT situation there this winter. The 2 pictures on the right, the one on the bottom right is the house that sat at the corner of Moore and Wellington, and behind it is the demolition of the house next to it. The top shady picture, sorry for the quality, is the demolition site when that demolition was complete. So a different dynamic is absolutely possible, and we see that on Wellington Street across King, across from the 6-0 development. The key point is that 6-0 has maintained a plan to have low-density residential in the area bordered by a stable neighborhood. So what we're seeing on that side of Wellington and on Agnes Street, some of these beautiful old homes are being fixed up with the purpose of having high-quality rentals. And that, again, that's a product that's extremely scarce in today's market. I argue we should stick to the parts recommendations. I haven't read every word of the central plan. I read every word of the Midtown plan, and I participated in those discussions. It recognizes the inclusion of stable neighborhoods, recognizing their contribution and importance to the station area plan, providing a clear message that these lands are not focused for redevelopment and intensification. Again, recommends stepping back building mass to ensure appropriate build form transition between the higher density mixed use and lower density residential. And the zoning it recommends, a maximum of 14 meters in height, provides that appropriate transition and still provides for employment lands. Again, a mixed use might even minimize parking requirements. This decision is critical at this point in time. We know this has gotten a lot of media attention. There's an understanding this is an important precedent, especially at the cusp of the OMB to LPAT transition. And I ask you, councillors, why would you endorse the parts plan and then immediately contradict its recommendations? And how can you expect us as neighbors to continue to participate in these collaborative planning efforts if our voices are not heard? So we're asking you, preserve the neighborhood the Google building was designed to so elegantly and beautifully reflect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Don, there is a question of you. Councillor Fernandez.
Well, first of all, a compliment for your very well-written letter that you sent to us, as well as your presentation. And I mean, you are instructing our planners of the future. And when you talk to them about these kinds of plans, because I would imagine you have, what kind of feedback are you getting from these planners of the future? What are they seeing that we're doing to our communities?
Well, we haven't discussed the parts plan. I haven't taught a class on that level. I teach a class called Modeling the City. And our students are trained with an eye towards mixed use, the value of intensified development. And obviously, there's all the potential in this world for development in this parcel to meet check every box in the urban design guidelines. Craig and I had a very collegial discussion where I presented an impassioned plea for a classic urban-style courtyard apartment building with a central green courtyard on that residential parcel that I think would make a ton of money and would also protect the environment. So again, I think our students are trained with the principles of the parts planning in mind. They would support mixed-use residential, and I would hope that they would support that within the parts plan.
Okay, so I've asked you to kind of look into a bit of a crystal ball here. When I'm reading your presentation and when I'm watching what you're saying, I really feel that you're reflecting on what the work that we have done as a city in terms of the studies that have happened, the work around the parts plan, also any of the work around existing neighborhoods and preserving existing neighborhoods. Do you see that, and I think you've kind of answered my question when I asked about what your students said, but do you see outside of an apartment building, do you see other opportunities for development here outside of an office building, an office tower?
Yes, obviously innovation employment would also provide the high-quality office space. That high-quality Class A is probably being built across the street at 60, and there's the McDonald's parcel. Residential, I really think Wellington has to stay residential. There are all kinds of creative ways to do that. We would love retail. We would love a pub. We would love local stores. We would love social and community housing provision. We would love social services in our neighborhood.
So you've given exactly what I think is what we need there as well. And you see that would work and be profitable for a developer such as this?
I'm a modeler. I'm not as facile as our students with development pro formas, and I study residential housing. I absolutely think there are residential housing products that would command a premium price and sell out instantly on this particular site. And again, having both residential and other uses lets you minimize parking. There was a great discussion about this last Thursday. Craig was there, because you can rent out the parking spaces when the residents are gone during the day to people using the other uses. And that would help alleviate some of this parking garage issue.
Great. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Councillor Janeski.
Thank you for your presentation, and I read over your the letter that you sent to us back earlier. Appreciate that. Gives us a little bit of a heads up ahead of time to know where you're coming from. And follow up to Councillor Fernandez's questioning, are you totally opposed to the development for commercial office uses?
Not at all. I think commercial office use is an appropriate use of part of that space. And I think that would be included in innovation employment zoning. But again, I didn't read every word of that plan.
Right. So you'd want residential to be blended in?
Yes.
Into the building 50-50 more or less?
I'm not saying 50-50. I think if you look at the parts plan, we need residential in adjacent to existing residential in a form and a height that has appropriate step back. I mean, the parkette was a nice idea, but it's basically a wide yard. It's a long, narrow space that's going to be difficult for anyone to use as a parkette. There are ways to incorporate that green space into residential also, bordering the existing residential houses, and that would serve a dual role. Anything that has green space access commands a real premium, and that would reduce noise, etc., stormwater effects.
So to have residential, as you pointed out, on Wellington Street, then the only place really to put it is where the parkette is. Put some residential there, whether it's a form of singles or a three-story multiple-use type building,
Yes.
and then a parkette behind that and the office, or just...
My vision is to actually have the green space and a courtyard for the apartment building, as you see in these grand old apartment buildings in big old cities. And from my perspective, I'll trade the parkette for keeping that street in residential. That's my calculus as a homeowner 2 blocks away who has a dog. I think a residential use is more valuable than the parkette. There's still maximum impervious surface rules that would have to be followed on the site in any case, too.
So then if you look at that perspective of trying to go forward with residential in the area that you're talking along Wellington Street and do the courtyard, like the European styles, then are we actually talking to have the commercial office component reduced in size and made smaller, and the parking garage also reduced because you may not need as much parking and floor space, et cetera, and then maybe that building could move along the frontage of Bright Up Street to where the parking garages are being incorporated somehow in there, and it's still complementary to what they've designed, but also to add the residential use, as you pointed out.
I'm sorry, I don't exactly understand your question. Are you saying, would a development that has some residential abutting neighboring residential and then also has commercial office space and retail behind it be appropriate, in my opinion?
That's correct, and there'll be a separation there in terms of, it would be two buildings, basically.
It doesn't have to be two buildings. You can meld the apartment building. My concern is the zoning and the precedent of the zoning change out of residential. Doesn't matter to me if that building's connected to an office building.
Okay, and I appreciate where you're coming from. So now I understand what you're getting at, so thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Mayor Vivinovic.
Thanks for coming in this evening. I just want to be clear because in one of your responses, you indicated that the neighborhood would benefit from a pub and social services and so on. It's my understanding that, the main floor could accommodate some of those uses. So I'm confused because on one side it seems like you're not comfortable with this proposal, and then yet you're saying that some of those things would be welcome.
I think those things are absolutely appropriate, not on Wellington facing residential, but on Bright Up or perhaps that very bottom part of Moore facing the existing development and the McDonald's.
Okay.
And I'm not, maybe, again, I think my neighbor said, we can't say exactly what would be exactly right or exactly wrong without having further discussions and seeing plans. Am I saying there's absolutely not supposed to be any kind of a coffee shop in a large apartment building? I'm not saying that.
Right.
And the residential zoning is the key for me, and the precedent.
Okay, and so on the residential end of things, you also indicated that, as far as you're concerned, you'd give up the parkland to keep the residential rather?
So I would give up the parkland for the residential. I don't know what my neighbors think.
Right, and
I think the residential would be more beneficial to neighborhood stability than half parkland and half office building.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Mr. Chair, to Ms. Parker, as a planning prof, when you look at the parts plan, do you like what you see in that plan?
I do. As I said, I've read only the Midtown one in detail. I was very involved in those discussions, and some of my concerns and suggestions did get incorporated. I know with the Midtown Parts Plan, there's a plan for a new city park. There was a lot of care taken to minimize some traffic on local streets and to have a stepped-back development model from King Street. And then there were these areas vulnerable. Obviously, the Parts Plan highlights the importance of our residential neighborhoods. There's a blog today, and they were discussing my letter, and some people said, all this should be zone medium density residential. I might agree, except that these houses are irreplaceable. It's the heritage character of the neighborhood.
I appreciate that.
And I think Parks acknowledges that and tries to protect it.
You're not in my ward, but I've got about 6 stations in my ward, and I, too, have been impressed with the level of planning and the content of planning in those parts plans. I'm just puzzled, and I would ask for your comment as to why the city would have a parts plan and then would come up with this which has no bearing on that parks plan. Could you comment on that?
That's my question to you. You've endorsed parks, is my understanding. A lot of money was spent. A lot of time went into it. It was a multi-stakeholder collaboration process. And I think at the end of the day, very well done. And so let's embrace it.
And do you think, as a resident, do you think with more time, if there was a deferral on this, anything more could be achieved?
I think that we need a clear message on maximum height and zoning, because I had a very collegial conversation with Craig Beattie just 2 weeks ago. He and I simply disagree.
Yeah.
And I think we'll continue to disagree and continue to advocate for our positions. I'd love to see that happen, and maybe after today we have that opportunity, and we are certainly willing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right.
That's all the questions done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Owens. Catherine, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Councillor Sling, Mr. Mayor, councillors, good evening. Thank you. It's really interesting when you get to be one of the last delegates, you get to hear all the questions, and then you can kind of tailor your response to the questions. So I'm actually here speaking on behalf of 136 residents that live within a 3 to 4 block radius of this proposed build. As you are aware, we found out some of the development changes as a result of the public meetings, and people in the neighborhood gathered together and said, let's have a discussion on a neighborhood basis and see what we can come up with. The result being the neighbors decided, in addition to pulling these delegations together tonight, that they felt it was important that you at council hear what they wanted to see happen in that neighborhood. So, going to your questions, Councillor Gazzola tonight, and I think yours, Mr. Mayor, where you're trying to get at the height of the building. We designed a petition that went around the neighborhood, and as I said, 3 or 4 blocks within the immediate area of the development. So I wanted to hear what the results of that petition were and how many people signed it. 136 names may not seem a lot to you, but in a neighborhood where we have a lot of rooming houses, rental properties, 136 was a significant number for us. But I think the petition will answer some of the questions about what the neighbors are really thinking. So, of course, we have to put in all of the criteria for signing a petition, which is, by signing this petition, I acknowledge that my information will become part of the public record and will not be protected under MFIPPA, and we spelled out what the acronym was. And the petition says, I am in opposition to the zoning bylaw change to the perimeter development proposal for the lands adjacent to Moore Brightup Wellington Street, known as Block 3 development. As the development is located in a residential area, we are asking the city to turn down the zoning change request and/or ask the developer to scale back the height of the overall commercial development to adhere to the 14-meter or 46-foot parts central plan height restriction on the Wellington Street properties. The developer has indicated this is a 12-story commercial building, but are requesting a concession of up to 63.8 meters or 209 feet. Now, when Garrett did his numbers tonight, I think he was saying 60 meters. So we might be 3 meters out, and there might be some of the changes that were made subsequent to the public meeting. But 209 feet, and to put that in context of what you're hearing about from the residents tonight, is the equivalent of a 20-story residential building. So we've got 2- and 3-story buildings, and this 63 meters is equivalent of 209 feet. And again, this was as part of the petition for the neighbors. The second point for the neighbors to consider was this. Shadow studies indicated a major impact on the existing neighborhood during all seasons. Winter shadow studies indicate impacts up to 3 blocks away. Going to the north, that's Sacred Heart Church, and going to the west down Wellington Street, almost to Duke. Nighttime illumination due to the height of the building will impact all surrounding residences. Approving the Block 3 rezoning will set a dangerous precedent for future neighborhood development. So those were the items that we included in the petition, and which was signed by 136 people. So my job tonight is simply to speak on behalf of the 136 people that wanted you to know they're simply concerned about the height of the building. So I'm going to turn
Yes, if you
this
can
over.
hand it to the clerk, that would be fine.
So, questions?
There are questions, but if you want to give the petition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Brnovich?
Well, thank you, and thanks for coming in, Ms. Owens. On the height piece, what do you deem to be acceptable?
And again, some of this is going to have to be my personal opinion, but it's also opinions that I gathered when I knocked on doors. And by the way, it's also important to know that this was not an electronic survey. This was not an electronic petition. We actually went and knocked on doors because we wanted to talk to people in the neighborhood. I think that I can say truthfully that when we had the first city meeting on this, run by Mr. Stevenson, and then Perimeter was there, we actually asked Perimeter to cut it back to 6 stories. Rather than the 12 stories they were proposing. And there was general acceptance at that meeting that 6 stories may be acceptable. The 12 stories was not.
Okay. Did you factor in whether or not that would still make a project like this viable at all? And
I think we have to go back to all of the great stuff that Perimeter has done. And, the buildings across the street are virtually that height. So if you scale it back to a 6-story building, then you've got a campus that looks relatively level in height. And I don't think, according to what Craig says, that he has had trouble attracting business to the Google or the Bright Up Block 1 and the Bright Up Block 2. And height didn't seem to matter there. So, I can't speak on behalf of a developer about his personal economics and what he can make viable, but it seems to me that with the attractiveness of the building that's already there, that he shouldn't have trouble attracting some, tenants at that level either.
Okay, the other question I have is, just based on some of the other comments that we've been hearing, do you consider the retail amenity space and so on as important for the neighborhood and something that would benefit the
We're all looking for that retail space in the neighborhood. Laughingly, in our neighborhood associations, we're trying to find somebody to build a pub in the neighborhood. We were talking to a developer and he said, "We'll put a coffee shop," and we said, "Forget the coffee shop, get a pub in here." So we want retail in there. One of the lovely things about being Midtown and why it's attractive to having development there is the walkability factor. Right. Walkability to Uptown Waterloo, walkability to downtown, and everybody in Midtown walks. So I think that having retail there is just a bonus for us.
Okay, and the last question I have is on the parquet from the conversations you had and so on. How important is that, do you think, to the neighborhood?
The parquet doesn't seem to be that important. And I think I can say that in just gauging where it sits in the importance of the height, the illumination, and the other things. It wasn't my general impression was that it wasn't an added bonus. People were more concerned that they were having, difficulty with the lighting factors and the height of the building, and parquet didn't seem to be that important.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Owens, for your presentation and your petition. This is the time I think it's appropriate for me to ask if people who are here supporting the petition and are against the proposal, if you could raise your hand so we all have an idea, or stand, I guess, whatever's the easiest. Okay, that's good too. Okay, so we have a sense of how many people are here. Okay, thank you. It's an interesting question that the mayor just asked about the parkette and your response that you didn't see that it was important, because if I'm understanding walking in that neighborhood, the walk to the central, what I consider the sort of the central park where the firemen memorial is and the library is quite a short distance from where you are.
It is. And it sounds terrible, but we also have Mount Hope Cemetery, which is, everybody's in there walking in the cemetery. And so there's a lot of park. You know, it's not deemed a park, but we have the cemetery, which we, see as a park. And then we have the other park on Weber and Louisa, which is 3 blocks from here, from this development. So, I mean, it's a nice feature, but as I said to the mayor, when I've been talking to neighbors, it wasn't a number 5 priority to have that park up there.
Okay, so
but I think it's meant to be as a buffer between the large commercial build and the street. But
which would make sense. I mean, for the average person who's looking at that building, at least it breaks that concrete, that glass. When you were doing your door-to-door, could you maybe break down into 3 pieces what were the biggest issues you were hearing at the door? And of course, we know one of them is going to be height, but were there other ones?
Shadow, 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 shadow. And the corollary to that is the nighttime illumination, all due to the height of the building. And we did take pictures of the shadow studies with us when some of us did, not everyone did, but people in the neighborhood were pretty attuned to the shadow studies. And when we showed them the shadows going up 2 and 3 blocks away, they were taken back with the shadow studies. Yeah. So it became the number 1 topic.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I want to thank you and all the delegations for coming in. And since you're the last, we received an email from Rick Haldemy. He's a professor at U of W architecture before tonight's meeting. And I just want to read a portion, paraphrase from this, and have you respond to it. It reads, I believe this project is a good city building. It creates a clear boundary between the commercial development and an established residential district. It is a highly desirable situation when development includes commercial, residential, and institutional buildings. Done correctly, development actually protects existing stable neighborhoods. So,
I don't disagree. We've got we've got block 1 and block 2 there to verify that statement. I don't disagree, and although you heard some personal opinions from neighbors about they'd like to see it residential, we also know what the zoning means, and that we are going to see that commercial, institutional, industrial. It's going to change in our neighborhood because of Parts and Rienz and Crosby and everything that's happening in the city. But we want to manage it that it fits in with our existing neighborhood. And no one's disputing the fact that commercial space is going to be a complement for downtown Kitchener. We like the fact that we're bringing people in because then it brings people that live in the neighborhoods as well. So I don't disagree with anything Professor Haldemy said, and I don't think you can dispute that. I think the issue is the height and the scope of the building in a residential area.
Okay, thank you.
And I know you're not asking me this opinion, but the 6-0 development is across the street from this property that's being developed. And it's not part of this discussion tonight at all, but we've met with that developer representatives from the neighborhood, and we're not objecting to it, but there isn't that residential, three sides residential to it. And what 6O is doing is putting a residential face to the other side of the street, which actually Dawn mentioned in her presentation. So I don't want to give you the impression that people in the neighborhood are resisting this. It's just trying to deal with the impact on the neighborhood after the fact.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So there is actually one more delegation. It's Robert Akhmedchuk. My apologies, Robert, if I'm...
You said it correctly.
Oh, did I? Wow, okay.
I always ask students to say Mr. Robert or something like that. Chair Singh, Mayor, Committee, I live at 83 Louisa Street. Like most of the people who live on the north side of the streets that run parallel to Wellington, we live in the south end of our property, which is the one that faces Google. I always refer to it as Google, but I know it's the Bright Up block more because I've been sitting here for the last hour. What I notice most is the building that Perimeter has designed that runs along Bright Up there, that new addition that goes up 2 or 3 stories, is beautiful. Except when everybody goes home and the lights go on and the whole neighborhood is lit to the north. And when we met at the city meeting, the previous meeting, I was made to understand that actually Perimeter doesn't control that. It's actually the tenant that can put on their lights and not have any blinds and create an annoyance in the neighborhood. And so there's maybe another issue, a policy issue that needs to be addressed here. So my concern about this 12-story building is it's too high because I'm afraid that it will become partly a factory also that will be illuminated all night and project its light pollution through the whole community. I have a garden to my south side. I'm concerned about the shade. I'm an artist. I've used my back alley and that view over the last 15 years as my muse. So I have paintings of all those buildings as they've progressed, the trees that have grown in, the trees that were cut down, the addition of the new building. At nighttime, most of the times my paintings were of the urban landscape, which included the moon and the stars and the lights along King Street, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I found poetic. And what I have now is this boat that's parked on King Street that's illuminating the whole parking lot in Wellington. And it kind of makes disappear, because of that light pollution, all the things, all the nuances of that previous view that I had. In the wintertime, it's all too salty. It is like this pollutionville around that parking lot. As a person who was sitting here previously to that, to the sustainability and the environment that we were talking about earlier, I find that contemporary ideas about light pollution or salt, it should be, I think it should be addressed, or it should be discussed, or someone should be educating people. I know that there are probably contracts that go down, 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 and so it's the last person who takes the shovel. But there doesn't seem to be any overview, or I'm not sure what the word is. It's like governance. I like my residential area. I've been living there for 28 years, and I like to see change, but I like to see things change that reflects also the views or the needs of the residents that live next to the places that offer this change. And I find that there is some chance of that being addressed, but I'm more concerned that it won't won't be addressed, and it would make our residential area poorer for it. Thanks.
Okay. Robert, thank you for your presentation. There's no questions.
Sorry?
Thank you for your presentation. There's no questions. And those were all the delegations that are registered. Now I can open it up to questions of staff. So staff want to key in, might make it easier as well. Councillor Janetsky.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the hard work that staff did to put the report together and provide a planning perspective as to what they want on the property. Some of the questions that were asked and didn't get quite answers from the delegation because they didn't have the answer, or the consultants, I should say. Maybe you can help me out. And one of the first ones was the side yard on Brightup Street between the parking garage and the that first property. I'm not sure what address it is, but you know what I'm talking about. If you can help me out what the side yard is of the setback for the garage, parking garage.
Certainly, through the chair. So with respect to the interior side yard, which borders the property on Brightup Street, and with respect to the parking garage setback on the laneway, the zoning requirement would be 0 meters.
Sorry?
0 meters, no setback. That is intentional because the appropriateness of that setback, specifically along the lane, would be determined with additional study. So through the consultation, we had heard that one of the concerns from some of the property owners on Wellington Street would be that the parking garage would then create a break in the line of sight from Brightup Street and from Moore Avenue. And there were concerns about people hanging out in that laneway, or maybe people spending time there that shouldn't be there. So what we determined is that it would be appropriate to figure out what the application is for that interface at the detailed site planning stage. So what that parking garage is going to look like, how far the setback is from the laneway, that would be influenced by a couple of things. One would be crime prevention through environmental design analysis. So that would be someone that is an expert in design that can apply principles to limit those areas where maybe undesirable activity could take place. The second thing that would help inform that setback would be the landscape plan. So determining on how to soften that interface and the species of tree or shrub or landscape feature that could be accommodated there would require a different size setback. So if it was determined by the project's landscape architect that a larger stature tree would be appropriate, the setback would have to be larger in order to accommodate tree growth. If there was a landscape that was more linear, vertical in nature, the setback could be reduced. And the third thing would have to be the design of that parking garage. So in the urban design brief, you'll see that there is reference to detailed design of what that parking garage looks like at the site planning stage. A basic concrete parking garage, you heard Mr. Beattie say tonight that's not his intention, nor would it be acceptable to planning staff, and nor would it meet our urban design guidelines. So the actual application, what facade treatment would be on there, would also lend some direction to what that setback would be. So it's premature to determine because we don't know what surveillance is going to be needed, what the lighting would be, what the landscape would be, and what the design would be. And all of those things would come at site plan. So until we have the site plan, that's when we would determine all those details.
Until you have a site plan, but this is the site plan that we've sort of been looking at that has been shown here as for discussion purposes.
Through the chair, certainly a visual is very productive when we're talking about setbacks and official plan amendments and zone change. But these are preliminary at this time, and they're going to be further refined. They've done an excellent job at putting renderings in the urban design brief, but the site planning process is when all of those details will be hammered out.
Right. The other question I have is, has been raised many times, is the parts study that has been undertaken. And what's the, and it got approved by council, so what is the maximum floor space ratio for parts that was adopted by council?
Certainly, through the chair. So the parts plan included what we refer to as a preferred land use plan. And the parts plan on its principle was approved and endorsed by council. But the details of that plan have not yet been implemented through a city-initiated official plan amendment or a zone change. So we're in an interesting period of time in some of our areas in our city where we have official plan policies in our current plan and zoning from our 1985 bylaw, and we've done the next step where we reviewed the direction of where we're going, but it hasn't yet been implemented. So when we talk about the direction in the parts plan, it is important to understand that while it's been approved by council and certainly has been discussed in many public consultations, that's not legally enforced at the time. And I did hear a lot of discussion tonight, so I thought I'd maybe take the time to just clarify that the zoning that's in place north of the lane is residential 5 currently, so that would allow a multiple dwelling with 3 units. And the parts plan, the preferred land use plan, would be for a low-rise residential up to 14 meters in height. And the parts plan uses the laneway as a division in land use. And on the south side of the land use currently, the zoning is an industrial residential combination and proposed to be innovation employment, which is a zone we haven't yet drafted in our bylaw. So we don't have an idea, but there was direction in the parts plan about what that innovation employment could possibly look like. So my recommendation for the site-specific zoning, in the absence of having a draft innovation employment zone, is the MU3, and then you'll see that there's a site-specific special use provision which removes some of the non-employment uses and residential uses, but a lot of the neighborhood scale, small commercial type uses we heard about tonight, those would continue to remain as approved in the base MU3 zoning. So those uses would be permitted with if you were to approve the draft zoning bylaw.
I thought the floor space ratio was 3.0. That was, from my reading the report back a while ago, and that's a figure I was looking for as an answer, and you gave me a circuitous response on this without a number.
Certainly. So I will, through the chair, I'll summarize my answer.
So, Gary, time has elapsed, so if you can finish with this answer, and then we will go ahead onto the other.
The mixed-use land use designation in the official plan allows for a maximum FSR of 4. They're slightly above that. That's why there's a special provision.
Okay, I see my time's up, so.
Councillor Ellington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again to Mr. Stevenson. And Garrett, I don't mean to be objectionable. I know sometimes these questions sound that way. I've watched you at many meetings, public meetings, and you're one of the best that I've seen in action. So once I've said that, on page 27 of your report, I just want to quote to you, new development shall be compatible with surrounding residential neighborhoods and will be of an appropriate height and density in relation to adjacent low-rise residential development. I could go on there. Do you really feel that this development is compatible with the homes of these people?
Through the chair, I believe that the site-specific zoning with many of the site-specific regulations will ensure that the built form is compatible. So we heard a lot of discussion tonight about height. And height is a very complex issue, but it can be, it's so complex that we have the tall building guidelines that give direction about how to implement tall buildings and how to integrate them into existing low-rise areas. So when we talk about compatibility, what we'd have to look at is how does this conform to the tall building guidelines? In this case, the direction of the tall building guidelines includes implementing things like setbacks, so we have the parquet, step backs, so that's where we see the stepping of the building with the total mass of the height being increased the further away we get away from the residential area, and having a human scale at the ground floor so that even though it's a tall building, it still has a human scale when you're a pedestrian, and that's to promote a pedestrian environment. In this case, with the introduction of the retail uses at grade, specifically along Bright Up Street in front of the parking garage, that is how their design is addressing the human scale of the buildings.
Mr. Stevenson, I'm a former journalist, so words are important to me. I'm a wordsmith. Height to me is it's either high or it's low. Like, I don't follow you on this. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, with respect to my comment on height, when we hear that people are opposed to height, my comment is meant to mean we have to understand what it is specifically about the height that they're opposed to. Is it shadow? Is it overlook? Is it step back? There's many aspects of a building that can be evaluated when determining the appropriateness of height.
Okay. And again, along that line on page 2-13, I feel sorry for people trying to understand things like, and this is on 213, just under the subhead, Zoning Bylaw 85.1. Planning staff are recommending site-specific zoning to provide additional direction that will guide future development. So far, so good. Planning staff recommend changing the zoning from residential 5R5 with special use provisions 128U1. How do you expect people to understand that? And I don't mean to be offensive.
Through the chair, if people have presented questions to me or wanted further explanation, then that was provided. At the neighborhood information meeting, part of my job and my role in representing the city and getting people actively engaged is to present things like the existing zoning, what all of those special uses mean, and what all of the different nomenclature actually applies to. So where certainly there is a requirement under the Planning Act to identify the exact zoning so that it's clear, where there's an opportunity to use plain language, I definitely explore that opportunity and implement it where I can.
Thank you. My last question, when will this return to council? Is the plan to have it returned to council a week from today? And second part of that question, would it do any damage to the plan to defer it till the next council meeting? So that would be, I believe, a month, in order to try to further negotiate with residents and reach a better level of satisfaction. Can you answer that?
Through the chair, it was my intention by bringing this report this evening that it would follow the regular schedule and it would appear on the council agenda on Monday. If council opts to direct that otherwise, then certainly I will make myself available to accommodate that. But if, in terms of your question of would it do any damage, I think Mr. Beattie would be the one to answer that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Garrett, as a whole, how many studies have we conducted that have been out in the public to all the policies that would go along with such a project like this?
Through the chair, do you mean, if you could clarify, do you mean how many different land use studies have we?
Like studies. We like our official plan, the tall buildings, the policy parts. How many things have we gone through publicly to get to where we are today?
Through the chair, so certainly it's been a very exciting time to be in planning, very recently. We have a new official plan that we're implementing. We're doing the citywide comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw, which is going to come back to you later in the month. We've done 3 of our station area planning. We've done cultural heritage landscapes. There's been a significant body of work in the last little while, yes.
Okay, so pretty well most of the stuff that this is coming up, we've consulted with the public extensively.
Through the chair, so there has been specific consultations on different projects. This application did have a specific consultation that involved me sending out a neighborhood invite to a neighborhood information meeting. I did send a mail out to residents within 120 meters. We have our standard process for posting signs on the property, and I've done my best to keep the website up to date. So specifically to this application, it has followed a public consultation process.
Okay. All the properties that are bordering around King Street, what's the FCR for those properties, or mixed use 3?
Through the chair. So it's an interesting configuration because the zoning on all 3 sides is different. So on the opposite side of Bright Up Street, the zoning is industrial. It's M2. And that's an antiquated zoning that applied when the industrial use was there. Office is still a permitted use, so they didn't have to update it with phase 1 and 2. On the opposite side of Moore, the zoning varies. So right at the very corner, the McDonald's site, that's zoned as mixed-use corridor 3 high intensity. So that's one of our highest redevelopment zones. There's a small laneway, and then there's a parking lot on the other side of that that's zoned MU2, which is a little bit smaller scale. And then there's 2 residential houses on Wellington Street, or excuse me, on Moore that are zoned R5. And then on the opposite side of Wellington Street, most of the properties are zoned R5, and some of them have 129U provision, which doesn't allow them to be triplexed.
Okay, so you're saying the McDonald's property currently is zoned mixed use 3?
That is correct.
And so how high in theory can you go there?
Through the chair, there is no maximum height in the MU3 zone. It's a performance standard based on your floor space ratio and your different setbacks, but there isn't a prescribed maximum height.
So realistically, the neighborhood's going to have this concern, whether it's this property or the next property or the transit hub, because the transit hub is pretty well would be the same zoning.
So I'm not familiar with the zoning on the transit hub. I know that it is specific for a redevelopment proposal, but I'm not familiar with that zoning. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Ivanovic?
Well, thank you very much, and I have a few questions myself. So one of the things that we've been hearing from delegations is this concern, and you've touched a little bit on it, Garrett, but this concern that the project is not sitting within sort of our tall building guidelines as well as parks, and in particular the tall building guidelines. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that and how you believe that it is and have made the recommendations that you've had, and if you can also touch on in that how the size of the floor plate itself fits in within those tall building guidelines.
Certainly, through the chair. I am not an expert in tall building guidelines, but luckily one of the authors is, and is still at the city. So I consulted with him, and he provided analysis. And what he looked at specifically was the separation and the overlook of the building. So this is an office building, and it is set back, but part of the office building, which is about a third of the floor plate, could overlook into the backyard of 59 Wellington Street. And determining how much overlook is appropriate is also relative to the setback. And in this case, that setback is 30 meters. So the combined one-third of overlook combined with the setback met our target for tall building guidelines.
Okay, so in your professional opinion, those issues have been addressed?
They have, yes.
Okay. One of the other comments that came up was the notion that it would be great to put more of the parking underground as opposed to above ground. But that whole area, as I understand it, has some water table issues. And would that not prevent further parking going from underground?
Through the chair, high water table could be something that could prevent underground parking in general. I don't know specifically the groundwater at this particular location. I don't know if Mr. Beatty has done that research, but definitely that is a determining factor in how many floors you can go underground.
Okay. I think. On the issue of lights, are there things that can be done in order to address some of the concerns the neighborhood has around lighting? And at what point would we address those?
Through the chair. So through the consultation, we heard about lighting in two different ways. The first was that interior lights were bleeding out of the building and into the adjacent properties. And Mr. Beatty had indicated at that meeting that the lights were controlled by the tenant. But there were things like timers and automatic shutoffs as part of their LEED certification for that building. So Mr. Beatty was going to talk to his tenant to determine what changes could be made specifically to stairwell lighting as well. For exterior lights, under the Planning Act, at the site planning stage, we do have the ability to regulate what fixtures are used, where they're located, and how much light they cast and throw off. And there are specific fixtures that are appropriate in certain locations, and things like shields could be added to ensure that lights do not go off property. In this case, I think the lighting is going to be fairly comprehensive because we do have a five-story parking garage with the top level being open. So obviously to be very important to ensure that light on the top level of the parking garage is not spilling over into people's properties. But then I think it's also going to be very important to have some low-level lighting within the laneway to ensure that there is lots of natural surveillance in the laneway as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Gary. One of the delegations, I think it was David, yes, that had a concern with the loading dock area. Do you have a response for that at this point?
Through the chair, we had some discussion about the loading dock and the types of vehicles during the neighborhood information meeting, and the loading dock and the functionality of it was revised as part of the revised development concept. Through the site planning stage, we will require things like turning templates for trucks to ensure that it's functional and it is usable. The comment about the noise is very valid, and that's something that we have identified, and something that once the final loading configuration is determined at the site planning stage, we would require noise evaluation to ensure that impacts can be mitigated.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Is there... Actually, I'm going to skip that question. You did mention one of the largest arguments I've heard so far was with respect to parts. And I think you've answered the question, but I want to be clear on one point. I understand, so we approved it fairly recently, and my understanding from what you said is that although we approved it, it hasn't been implemented yet. And I thought you used the term it's not legally applicable. Is that the term that you used?
I don't remember, but
okay.
It has not found its way into new land use designations or zoning bylaw that would be the land use permissions in force, in effect.
Okay, so put it a different way, when the application came through from the developer, they wouldn't be aware of that they were being held to those regulations.
Through the chair, they would have been aware of the zoning of the property when they purchased it. That's there.
Certainly, but not if the parts plan wasn't implemented, that wouldn't have been something that staff went back to them and said, this has been implemented, presumably.
The parts work was done after, based on the timelines that Mr. Beatty described about purchasing the parking lot back in 2009. The parts work followed that.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. And last question, a little bit of clarity. I know the timing is getting strange, but supposing that for whatever reason this went sideways, or council tried to change something in some dramatic fashion that the applicant wasn't content with, would the next step be the new land planning tribunal, or is it still OMB at this point? Mr. Tanzi, that's probably a question for you, I suppose.
The OMB is no more.
Sorry?
The OMB is no more.
So
it has been replaced by the new tribunal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fernandez.
Thank you. So a number of questions I was going to ask have been answered, but one of the things that we often hear is that the applicant went through a number of iterations and made concessions and did alterations to their design. How often is it that you see that kind of situation happening from the very first time somebody walks in with a site plan until you come to this point? Is it pretty much every time?
Through the chair, in my experience, typically every file progresses and changes as it proceeds through a process.
And they would go through a number of different iterations based on our studies, planning policy, community input, right?
Certainly, through the chair, the applications and the reports that support it are submitted to the city. And then there is the public consultation process. There's also city review and external agencies. And part of my job in the development review section of the planning department is to implement those comments and ideas and changes into something that I could ultimately stand behind and recommend approval of.
Okay. And then the reason I'm asking that, just for clarification for the public who are listening, is sometimes it makes it look like the applicant has gone through, all kinds of hoops and all kinds of challenges, but the reality is it is the process. It's not, sometimes you shoot for the stars and you're happy to get the moon, and in this case, maybe we need to be coming down to street level and making it a reasonable build. Why is it we've done so much great work on the parts? And I know that you've answered that question, I believe, from Councillor Etherington, where it speaks to the FSR 3.0, and they're asking for a higher floor space ratio. That was a document that went through, in that study that went through intensive engagement, both with developing industry, their consultants, the neighborhoods, various stakeholders. Is this application not, to some degree, ignoring all of that work that was done?
Through the chair, I will say this, I'll be clear that this proposal is different than what was identified in the parts plan. This does follow some of the fundamental aspects of that plan, which is providing employment type uses within walking distance to the King and Victoria Street hub and within the major transit station area. So it is definitely a shift in what was identified as part of parts. I wouldn't say that it's ignoring parts, but it's taking some of the fundamental directions of parts, but it's applying it in a different site-specific nature that we did not anticipate when we were doing the parts work. We did not have these applications in front of us. So, now that we've reviewed this application, there is a change.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Noise issues have been raised by Councillor Davey, and I think that is a real issue. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be talking about that. Wind studies have not been done. Both of these issues will come to site plan. The challenge is that the community does not have an opportunity or a voice at those site plan committee meetings. How can we make sure that those concerns are addressed if this site plan moves forward?
Through the chair, I have attached the urban design brief that was prepared that's guiding this development, and I've asked council as part of their recommendation to endorse that, and that gives direction to planning staff at the site plan review time to implement a lot of the fundamental aspects of the project. Details like noise analysis and wind analysis, those are going to be done at the site planning stage.
As will the lighting issue as well, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we're approaching the 11 o'clock time limit, so moved by Mayor Ravenovic to go past 11 o'clock. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries, so we can continue. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'm comment, so, and actually I'll...
Comment, we are, so I'll ask Councillor Ellington, you were considering putting a deferral motion, is that still your
Somebody
intent?
has to move it first.
Oh, you move, okay, the item needs to be moved first, can I have a mover for the item?
So I'll move the recommendation, and I'll have comment as well, but...
Okay.
And the deferral notice is already with the clerk, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, before we go any further, if, to be polite to Mr. Beattie, if I could put the question to him, whether that kind of delay would cause major problems.
I think it's appropriate if you're putting that motion forward. Mr. Beattie, if you want to come down and answer that. And again, we're going to refrain from comments on the motion. If its deferral is on the table, we will take a vote on the deferral.
So yeah, just to speak to that, I mean, I think we've been at this process for quite some time. You know, we didn't just throw these plans together, you know, in the last couple of weeks. We've started this process with our team, doing a lot of design shredding around a lot of different ideas about how to tackle the this future phase. So we've put a lot of time, effort to this to date, not only you know, through this planning application, going through those steps and having a lot of really constructive dialogue with staff that I think have got us to a great plan right now. And I think this isn't around kind of negotiating you know, height. I mean, we've put a lot of effort to get to this plan. We're really passionate about, you know, the work that we do and putting forth great plans. The parquet we feel very strongly about. We think it's going to be a great addition to the community. That costs money. We have to find a balancing act, you know, with the economics of a project. And so, yeah, we would, you know, we would have issue with, you know, stretching things out. I'm not sure what materially could be changed from kind of where we've spent a lot of time and effort with staff and our team to get to this stage with.
If the deferral was passed, Mr. Beattie, would you work with the residents during that time to try to come up with something different?
You know, I think, you know, to be, you know, we've gone back to, you know, I go back to, you know, I'm thinking back of dates now, you know, making a presentation to, you know, the Neighborhood Association back at an annual meeting last year, through to our the neighborhood meeting we had in January. It's really been the last couple of weeks here, you know, hearing some more concerns. Yeah, I just think we've got a solid plan that's we've put a lot of time and effort to get to this stage. So, you know, again, I don't want to say something with the, you know, people perceive that, hey, we defer something that all of a sudden we're going to be able to come back in a few weeks and we've been able to chop it in half. Because that's, you know, it would be foolish for me to say something like that. You know, we're trying to balance off creating a first-class project and the economics and making that all happen. So, again, I don't want to, I'm just being very straightforward and with, you know, our view on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beattie.
Thank you.
Councillor Ellington, what's your intent? Okay. All right. So I'll open it up for comments. Oh, continue with the deferral, you said? Oh, okay. All right. In that case, you've already outlined the next date and written it down.
The next council day, Mr. Chair, is the date in the deferral. May 8th, I believe it is. If you go beyond there, you're going to be into June.
Okay.
For a council meeting.
So if anyone wants to have any questions or comments, it can be related to the timing of the deferral. I see none. And it's been moved by Councillor Ellington for the deferral. All okay.
recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Yes, recorded vote has been asked. Recorded vote for the deferral. Councillor Desi, deferral. You can, I said, we can comment on the timing. And no one answered, no one.
So we're going for May the 7th.
What's up there? Yes, May the 7th. May the 8th. Again, it's not on the screen right now, so. When the next council meeting is after the next one. Okay. Has everyone voted? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And the deferral motion is defeated. Again, I'll open it up to now comments towards the motion, which is being moved by Councillor Davey. Councillor Etherington.
For comment?
Yes, comments now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a couple of comments. For the past year or so, I've been hearing constantly, love my hood, love my hood. This council has promoted that message, and we've worked very hard to strengthen and support the character and soul of our older residential neighbourhoods. We've emphasized that in the face of billions of dollars worth of LRT-related development. We're committed to preserving and protecting our oldest, more established neighbourhoods. City planners, particularly those working on parks plans, have worked with developers to promote developments that will make us proud for decades to come. I would quickly say, or repeat really, that in recent years, Perimeter has been one of the best and most caring of local developers. The company has protected and carefully preserved some of our best heritage buildings, for which they should be complimented. Planners should also be complimented for suggesting through the parks plan that this building should be 6-story, not 12-story, in order to protect the neighborhood. And I had hoped there would be room to negotiate that. I've been proved wrong. Some changes have been made, but to me, more could have been done to modify the development to make it more compatible and fit better with this older neighborhood, a neighborhood where residents obviously love and care deeply about their hood, as we've been saying. I support the residents and preservation of those older buildings, older homes, and for that reason I asked for the deferral in hopes of achieving additional changes and more satisfaction in this neighborhood. I'm sorry that didn't happen.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Many of you probably received John McDonald's email Saturday, actually, and as I read through it, I was disappointed that he didn't speak tonight because Mr. McDonald has a very unique and wonderful perspective, both as an architect and as a founder of Festival of Neighborhoods, and his commitment to our community. You know, we've had all kinds of studies done, which has engaged the development industry, the consultants, stakeholders, the community at large. And when we see an application like this, that although Mr. Stevenson, who I have great admiration for, says that it has some fundamental components, I still think we have to look at the bare facts. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. This is going to be a significant change, not just the views, as one of the delegates pointed out, but the wind, the noise, and the shadow. Shadow is one of those issues that I have really discussed many times in the past because it's so critical to day-to-day life enjoyment of our properties. And when you put a large structure that shadows a backyard or front yard or a house for a good portion of the day, especially in the winter, you're putting people at physical, emotional, and mental risk. Let's face it, it's true. We know the studies. We've seen the studies on SAD. Earlier, one of my colleagues was talking about all the number of studies that have been done and really kind of alluded that we should let residents deal with the change. You know, the studies have been done, so we should just, you know, their input doesn't really matter. But it does matter, and I think that I appreciate Councillor Etherington's attempt to put a deferral forward, despite the fact that Mr. Beattie, who has done remarkable work, and I challenge him to continue doing remarkable work, keep working within the community and maybe some of the confines of the studies that have been done. You were part of those studies. You attended many of those studies, and I think it's so critical that we recognize how important these neighborhoods are. Let's not just ignore the work that our staff has done and the work of those consultants that were done. It's fundamental to holding on to our heritage, onto our culture, and onto our existing and established neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I've said this before, but these sorts of decisions are by far my least favorite, because what we really end up doing at the end of the day is weighing the values and benefits on the community versus the losses of the local residents. And I think every member of council struggles with that. And to be frank, it's difficult to look residents in the eye and say that, you know, we believe that this is for the betterment of the community, and we realize that you're going to suffer somewhat as a result. But that's the tack that we sometimes have to take. The established neighborhoods in our downtown are going to have to make some adjustments and have some understanding that we have to build. Actually, I find it kind of on point that the topic we discussed immediately before was on how we have any hope of achieving our carbon targets in the future. And the delegate that was extremely knowledgeable in this field said one of the key things we can do now, if we want to be leaders, is we have to intensify the core. So you can't, I struggle with it all the time, you can't on one hand say that I am hugely concerned about the environment, I'm hugely concerned about building infrastructure in the downtown that's sustainable from a municipal perspective, and also say, well, let's not go up. This is less than a 3-minute walk. It's like literally next door, practically, to not an ION stop, but the multimodal hub, like the transit heart of our region. If we're not going to be intense here, where are we going to be intense? This is the question that I would pose. And we can't pick and choose sites because the developers have to come forward. It's ultimately up to them to come forward and to put these proposals forward as to where they want to intensify. Before the tower that went up next door in 1 Victoria, it was 12 years before a tower went up in our city. Our downtown has come a long way, and we have to be careful. I understand that. The Perimeter Group has proven that they build very high-quality buildings, and I think we'll see a very high-quality product here. And I do think that along the way, they have certainly made plenty of concessions in order to do the best they can to fit in with the local community. So I will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Janeski.
I've looked at the presentation by staff and the work of the consultant along with the developer, and I do like the project in terms of the design and the look of it, the feel of it. I think it looks exciting. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong spot. It should be more on a main arterial road. I've heard the residents make their presentation, and I think they've made a good, valid point, listening to the delegations and reading the material that has come forward. The email that was also alluded to by Councillor Fernandez about John McDonald and his comments on this, that he wasn't here to speak to it, I thought were excellent and very thought-provoking, and raised a number of points that seriously should be considered in terms of how we really handled the whole process. And we really didn't handle the process well. I mean, I'm sure we went to the public meetings and staff did their due diligence and holding the meetings and preparing the report and touching base with the residents within the circulated area, etc. But yet, we also went through parts, and parts established certain parameters, and it was approved by council. And the response from Mr. Stevenson was, well, there's differences to it. Well, those differences could be interpreted as differences, or they could be interpreted as not complying with the parts plan. Two ways of looking at it. And I look at it the second way. And unfortunately, if we don't follow the process that was established, which was what the residents were hoping for, I can't see why we're trying to move forward on this particular project. Because then if you try to compare it, it's like taking 10 pounds of sugar and putting it in a 5-pound bag. It won't fit. So I am disappointed that the recommendation by Councillor Etherington to have a deferral, which I thought was an excellent move to try to have some type of discussion and a compromise between staff and the residents and try to come to something that is in compliance with parts and compliance with compatibility with the neighborhood, that would be a good step forward. And it gets defeated. Very disappointing, very disappointing. So based on that and based on my comments, I'm not prepared to support the application based on what is unfolded.
Thank you. Mayor Bivanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair Singh, and I think as Councillor Davey indicated, these kinds of debates and discussions are difficult ones because we're having to balance different viewpoints, competing priorities, and try to find a balance that recognizes that we are in a period of change in terms of some of these things, but also recognizes that while change is happening, we also need to ensure we're protecting and preserving some of the aspects of the neighborhood that residents have come to respect and value as a whole. I think when I have listened to all of the different arguments, fundamentally for me is that this project, I believe, has strived, and again, it's not perfect, but this project has strived to find the balance between promoting that new architectural, strong development in an area that is, because of its location, destined to be part of the growth of lands where employment is going to take place, with amenities that will benefit the surrounding neighborhood, and at the same time also continue to ensure that the surrounding neighborhood continues to thrive. I know there were some that may have wanted to see this issue deferred, but I'm confident that even in the absence of a deferral, there will continue to be dialogue between the developer and the neighborhood and our staff to ensure that issues and concerns that come up get addressed. This isn't the only project that this developer is involved in. I mean, we know that they're part of a project that's being considered at the region right now, where they're part of a consortium that's doing an RFP for the transit hub. And so it'll be in their interest to continue to have good relationships and dialogue with the neighborhood. And so I'm hopeful that will happen regardless. But as I looked at all of the various comments, and there was a lot of, really strong comments made by many people who I respect. But I guess there were a couple lines that really hit me in the letter from Rick Haldenby, who, as we all know, is the former dean at the School of Architecture at the University of Waterloo, and is also a highly respected architect, not only in the community but beyond, and someone who, quite frankly, is also not shy when he thinks we're going down the wrong path to have told council that. I've sat around this horseshoe when he has come in here or at other venues where he has called council to task for directions and decisions we're going in. But there were two lines in his letter to us that I think spoke very powerful language to me. First, in my view, the proposed Bright Up Street development is a very desirable addition to the urban landscape as well as the employment patterns in Kitchener. And the second one being, I believe the project is good city building. It creates a clear boundary between the commercial development and an established residential district. And so when I looked at all of this information, when I considered all of the comments by people made tonight, I believe that this project is good development for our community, and one that we as a council should support this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I want to start by complimenting the neighborhood. I think they've really done a lot of work and have come to this meeting prepared. They've worked hard on this, and they've participated. They've become engaged. They're starting to wonder, however, why. I don't know how many times this has happened. Last year, I go back to this, our neighborhood plan, where we touted our neighborhood as being so important. It's the crux of our city. It's all the neighborhoods that make up the city. And we've had so many studies that we pass, and we pass them, but they don't really get challenged because we're not really sure when we pass them what's going to happen. It's when we get down the road, like occasions like this, that we actually start to see the results of some policy or some principle that we passed somewhat in isolation. So, again, I want to mention that the neighbors have to become very discouraged as to where we're going with things, because we don't appear to be listening to them. This is a tough situation, and I don't. A developer has to make a profit. There's no sin against making a profit, and that's important. But in this situation, we have to have come to a compromise, some sort of a compromise. Now, I don't know if there's been much compromise before tonight, but there's sure no compromise tonight on the part of council. The developer says there's nothing I can do. It's the perfect plan. And yet the neighborhood, one of the biggest things the neighborhood are talking about is the height. I didn't even hear a proposal, knock off 1 story, 2 stories. No, it's it. So there needs to be some compromise, so that we have to be able to, at the end of one of these battles, the developer has to go home and say, well, I didn't get everything I wanted, but I'm happy. The neighborhood will say, we didn't get what we wanted, but we can live with what we're going to get, and we can support it. It never seems to me it never happens like this. If I were to give the score, it would be developers 9, neighborhood 0, in the cases that have come to here. And we heard it again tonight. A person said, I like my neighborhood, and I also don't mind seeing changes. So I think the neighborhood are prepared to change, to give, but we seem to be stuck. So I won't be supporting the proposal in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. It's been stated, this is it's a difficult decision. The plans for this development were submitted pre-parts, so we can't change the rules after the plans were submitted. I am sensitive to today's residents, but I also have to look ahead to when this neighborhood turns over and what Kitchener will be like 20, 25 years from now. Perimeter has given us some great development and also preserved the Walper Hotel, one of our city's treasured heritage businesses. I believe they're going to create a great development that's going to benefit our city and citizens now and in the years to come.
Thank you. Those are all the comments, and the motion has been moved by Councillor Davey. Take the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Recorded vote has been asked. I wasn't trying to sneak anything. I'm just trying to get the meeting done. All right. All those in favor? Opposed, along with the conflict? And that carries. So this motion has been, the proposal by the developer approved through the committee, planning committee, but then it will be ratified in council, and then a vote taken again on the proposal, and that would be next week, Monday. Thank you for all those that attended and came before council committee as delegation. Wishing everyone a good night. Meeting adjourned.